Good Lord. Okay, folks. Now I've got the other camera up. Don't ask me why it keeps changing back to the other camera. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I get to see the bear out of the way.
Windows.
Somewhere.
Gate.
Too bad right there.
There we go. That looks pretty good. You see the stuff behind me? Yeah. Okay, it says we got 6 people here. Everyone hearing me and seeing me okay now?
Hi, everybody.
Did somebody send a little note here if anyone's able to observe?
We got 4.
Let's see if this is.
Yeah, I will go on my tablet and see.
There we go. That's showing there.
Try typing.
Okay, muted that. So, we're looking. Hello, Robert MacGyver.
Hey. It made it.
Thank you. And Eva, who of course is much better at these things than I am, says this is very good quality maple syrup.
I am the expert.
Thank you, thank you.
She's
It's like Christmas.
done time in Maine.
Well, what's the ratio on that stuff, Robert? How many gallons of sap to syrup?
She wants to know the sap to syrup ratio, Robert. This is so weird having 2 computers.
Yeah, you're on here, Bear, and you're looking good.
Well, obviously it's a bad camera then. Anyhow, we've had a fun and interesting week. We got some results starting to come in. As you can see, we got some assay results from Mystery Mine 1, and I think I'm going to be doing that fairly frequently. When we go out and look at a prospect, there's different levels of security in terms of how much information I can give. And because of that, what I'll probably be doing is videoing everything first, evaluating the property, and then determining what I can actually, show everyone. And that worked out pretty well on the Mystery Mine thing. Unfortunately, the Mystery Mine itself turned out to be crap, but oh well, these things happen. And it was, I think, a useful educational video. The one and then Saturday, even I went out and looked at another location, and we had some interesting observations, methodologies in terms of prospecting and such as we could clearly see some hillsides that the vegetation was obviously being affected by the underlying geology. That's just the way it was. I'm just checking it. It's funny because over there it's delayed. It's not only delayed, but it's also looking at a different angle. 4.5 gallons.
1% sugar.
He says it's 1% sugar.
300 gallons divided by 4.5.
Okay, silver maple, according to him.
About 70 gallons.
300 gallons of sap to 4.5 gallons of syrup is how I read that.
I thought it was on the high scale there.
Yep, she knows her syrup.
Yeah, that's better than 50 to 1. Excellent quality over there.
66 to 1.
Robert, do you reduce that down in copper lined material, or is that what is it reduced down in? What's your surfer?
I hope you heard that, Robert.
Because I noticed it was a little light on the characteristic flavor that you get from a copper kettle.
It could be just in the level.
She's got an educated tongue. But anyhow,
I know how to make soap.
so
Some of us know
so we went out to another location, and we saw a number of things that were interesting from an educational standpoint. This particular spot that we went on Saturday, Jim, did not have a vein. It was a mineralized breccia zone. So that was kind of interesting. The records from that mine, since 1901, it averaged 1 ounce to the ton. And there was 1 year it averaged 4 ounces to the ton.
Pockets. That's typical of this area too.
Yeah.
That if you find gold and can stay on it, you will hit pockets. That's really common to this whole area.
So anyhow, that was an interesting thing. We're also gearing up for heading out in the field pretty quick. This is a Night Force. We're going to use them as a helmet light, but it's got a lithium battery in it. And we just got these in today, actually, this afternoon. And I think that's the lowest setting. I'm not sure. No, that's probably the second to the lowest setting.
Yeah,
No,
there you
that
go.
was
Now
the
you're
lowest
getting
setting.
the third to the lowest.
But anyhow,
That one 2 times brighter.
this is maximum. Oh, sorry, this was the 33. So this is a maximum 1800 lumen light, and the second to the lowest setting is like 70 lumens, and it will last as I don't know, somewhere around 10 hours. I'd have to look it up. But anyhow, so theoretically, this little flashlight will run a whole shift without a problem. And so that's got one for Eva, one for me, a spare battery and a charger. And so we should be in pretty good shape, except for one thing. They give you a charger without a transformer. Now, does that make any sense to you folks? It's got the micro USB adapter so you can stick it in it. Well, I said charger. I kind of figured this is something you can plug into some, a wall.
12 volt.
Annoys the heck out of me. I mean, with stuff like that. But my brother has one of those lights, and he says it's really good. He does a lot of hunting and such, and so he's very happy with it. He says even the lowest setting, it'll allow you to walk around like you're in moonlight. You've got enough visibility to see, and it'll last like 50 hours or some ridiculous thing. What are we at? 6:01. We got 9 people so far.
Yeah.
And
And tell them about the new connection.
this is now on an Ethernet cord. So theoretically, it's not going to be bandwidth issues. We will see what happens. But it's not going to be bandwidth. It's not the internet here that's going to be the problem. We'll see what happens with YouTube. Another thing is we got a few preliminary. Hey, Terry.
Hey, Karen.
Terry. We also started getting some preliminary results from Montana Tech. Certainly not the air temperature, huh?
No, it's getting
About
colder.
45
It's getting
outside.
colder out. It's starting to look like winter again.
It's brisk. So we started to get some results from Montana Tech. He had to call me and ask. He wanted to do some further testing for some technical reasons, which we'll get into at a different time when I get the full report and such, which I'm going to try and videotape. I'd like to go over to Montana Tech, sit down with these people and ask them a bunch of questions, videotape the whole thing. If they permit that, that could be fun. Okay?
Screwed down tight.
Well, yeah, it's screwed down tight.
I'm just gonna equalize that just a minute.
You can pivot it. It's got a ball joint there. So you can just turn the whole thing. Yeah, we called Joachim and figured out how to hook up the camera. YouTube or somebody keeps forgetting where that freaking camera is, though, because every time I redo it. It's like, it says USB camera and it's using the one in the computer. So I have to kind of go in and manually intervene. Sometimes I'd like to manually intervene like that, but anyhow. So yeah, you should be able to see it much better.
Bill Gates.
Hopefully there won't be any interruptions this time. And when it came to the testing at Montana Tech, one of the reasons that they wanted to do some further testing was because the gold was incredibly fine. 80% passing 6.8 microns. Now that's some frickin' fine gold.
That's what, 1,000 mesh or something?
No, that's over 2,000
mesh.
Yeah. Hey, Stephen. So anyhow, there are some indications that it's basically only in the iron oxide, though. Now we got dolomite, which is about 1/3, quartz, which is about 1/3, iron oxide, which is about 1/4, and then there's other stuff. The manganese dioxide is about 2% or something, they believe. Yeah, he was busy with his little markers and stuff. He's got a plan. So
yeah, I don't know about that.
The man with the plan.
concealment is art, huh?
Yeah.
But anyhow, so we're hoping that what we can do is concentrate the iron oxides, and then we'll probably have to leach them. I mean, there's just no way to get 6 micron gold except through leaching. You could smelt it theoretically. If some smelter needed some iron oxide, you could do that.
The good thing is
Hello, David.
There's gold in it.
Yeah.
The starting point.
But it's interesting. We've got electron micrographs showing the particles of do you want to see that?
Not right now.
Okay. But anyhow, so let's say the testing is not complete. We just got a little bit of information right now. Hopefully next week or sometime this week, actually, the final report should be out, and we'll try and get some more of that. But if the gold is in fact almost entirely associated with the iron oxides, then we just have to concentrate the iron oxides. Now, there's positives and negatives. Number one, iron oxide is the primary ore of iron, and therefore there has been a lot of work done over the years on how to concentrate iron oxides,
Right.
So that's a fairly robust field of knowledge. Now, magnetite, and the particular testing that they did cannot distinguish between magnetite and hematite, because the difference is just a slight difference in the ratio of iron and oxygen. So it's hard to tell. Magnetite, of course, is real easy to separate because it's freaking magnetic. Piece of cake. On the other hand, hematite is not nearly so magnetic. So I thought I'd call Coulter Young of Mining Magnets and see if he had any brilliant ideas on this. And before I could even really explain the situation or whatever, he was all excited and everything, his new project. And so I listened, and he goes, "You know what my new project is? I'm making a hematite extractor." I'm like, okay, synchronicity is good.
It's a good sign.
And so anyhow, Coulter is working specifically on how to extract hematite. So at the moment, the plan is crush it just as much as necessary to break the iron oxide away from the other primary gangue minerals, which would be the quartz and the dolomite limestone. And then once we get the iron oxide concentrate, we'll probably wind up leaching. Now, Chris Georgie is working on first of all, any other alternative methods for recovering the iron oxides. And also, move it over here to look a little better with my eyeballs. And then also, once we theoretically get an iron concentrate, what sort of leaching chemistries and methodologies would be satisfactory? We should have, I can't give you exact numbers, but my rule of thumb is you don't want to mine anything less than 1 ounce to the ton, 1 foot wide. So that gives you an idea of the range we're in. If we upgrade that 4 to 1, we're looking at least 3 to 5 ounces to the ton. And we can look at leaching chemistries where we can either directly electroplate it or precipitate it out of solution. And Chris is a better chemist than I am, so he's working on that. And he'll look at a number of different things and see what he thinks might be the best way to go about it. We're just going to have to turn these things around.
We'll get there. We'll get there, Robert. Hang on.
But anyhow, so that's pretty good. Also, there's one diagram of Montana B that I can't seem to find. That was the cross section of the declines. So I'm going to have to resurvey that in, only this time I'm going to use a little bit more precise technology and such. Not in terms of instruments, but I'm just going to do it with greater precision. So I'll have.
You had it on a map or something, didn't you?
I've got the plan map. I've got along the 60-degree structure, but there was another one that was a vertical slice through the declines. So you have the upper decline and the middle decline, and then the basin is freaking gone. Hey, Smoking, how's it going? So anyhow, we'll be going up there, and one of the things we'll be doing is a more thorough survey and sample set up there. Hey, Goldpanner, because now we're no longer in the exploration, the raw prospecting sort of side of things. We are now going to be in the determining if there's an ore body there phase of exploration. We're also going to be looking around. Oh, by the way, do you have a metal detector?
Mm-hmm.
Easy one? Picks up hot rocks real easy?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
You can
Might want to borrow
try
that.
to work them out. Yeah.
No, I don't want to work it out.
Oh, you want to find them?
Because what we call the pack rat vein is running 33% iron. But they pretty well mined out this pocket to the extents. So my thought is going up and down the hill, crossing the structures,
See if we can
find another.
That might be interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's surface outcrops there. The particular structure, the structures in which it's salmon, they go for a half a mile.
Yeah.
We could see if there's another spot there, or if it's got another one between some other laminations there. This is all old sedimentary stuff. So you've got these laminations, and it's going to tend to inject between.
Right.
So my feeling is that while it looked initially like the perpendicular vein was directly associated with the pack rat vein, the mineralogy is significantly different.
That's a good thing sometimes.
There are certain trace elements which do not follow the pattern of the other vein. And while this may be, I don't douse very well, David. Some people I know.
I do. I like to use my dowsing rods just to confirm sometimes.
Well, we may use you out there. But anyhow, if it's a separate structure, then it's entirely possible that the perpendicular vein simply coincidentally hit it.
Cross through.
And the perpendicular vein structure is duplicated along this ridge. And there's other ones, but the sample I took from other ones weren't as good as from down there. Now, this may just be because I need to get down a little bit.
Deeper.
None of the others, well, there was one. But again, that was more of a pack rat structure, and it had the same thing. There was a vertical shaft and then one at an angle right next to each other. That vertical shaft was like, oh no, I ain't going in there, because there was just big ass rocks just hanging there. You know, the sort of thing that your rope can knock down a 2-ton boulder on you. It's like, no, ain't going down there. And yeah, some people do, David. It's just not me.
Oh, yeah.
No, he was talking about dowsing.
Dowsing rods. I've had luck with dowsing, especially the perimeters of the drainage where the mineralization like kind of quits out. So you can kind of identify the placer, you know,
Where the limits are.
where the limits are, the controls.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as trying to read depth or anything like that, I have no luck at all. But as far as giving me perimeter of mineralization, or if there's mineralization, they're pretty accurate. Well, over the years.
I say, if my principal approves, I'd be happy to have you out there.
Well, and I always looked at it from the standpoint of it shouldn't work, but there's something about it that does work. So I got to using it because for years and years, when I was digging water lines and electric lines and things like that, I used my rods all the time. I rarely pulled a metal detector out or any other, form of finding water.
I worked with another guy who did
that. And just pull out my rods and go, okay, it should be right here,
My thought is you have some kind of a sense that is accessible by your subconscious, but not your conscious. And the dowsing rods are the method your subconscious uses to tell your conscious.
There's something
I don't think the rods themselves, although
because there's some people who cannot do it. I've seen guys that they couldn't do it.
My ex-wife,
that can water without dowsing rods.
Yeah, my ex-wife said that her dad could douse, and I asked her one time. I was discussing this because it's very fascinating to me. To me, what is unexplained
is fascinating.
Right. Yeah, if you can prove that it exists. And she said that, and I don't know if she was accurate or honest or whatever, but I don't know any reason she would have been lying about this. And she said, well, the rods, there was one spot where it was just really a hard thing, and it was actually, the rods were getting hot in his hand, and he dropped them. And I said, okay, that's fine, but how could you tell they were hot? She says, well, he wrapped them with toilet paper, which he had in the car, and they started smoking. Now, I don't know about you, but that would be an observable, objective phenomenon. If
that would be interesting.
That would be I'd love to have that on video, guys.
I've seen water witches that can find water without dowsing rods.
Yeah. Well, there's people who can walk right out and go right here.
Then they use the rods, and the reaction of the rods tells them about how deep the water is.
I had a guy that we were putting some sand points in up on our farm.
That was buffering. Anyone else seeing any buffering going on? Because my other computer over here is now buffering. It's not on the Ethernet line, so that might be the local system, Wi-Fi.
No, I had a guy which some water for me one time, an old guy, and he said you should be able to drive the sand point right here and should have really good water at 21 feet. And by golly, we drove it, and I'll tell you what, right when we hit 21 feet, we had all the water we could pump.
Yeah, and there's so many people.
I don't know.
I think these sort of things that I
think as an animal or a person,
handy.
I think we have other senses that we're incapable of using. Unless we start to refine.
I agree. Here's another one I've heard of before. Okay, people who have been in combat. There's quite often somebody in the squad or whatever that just knows
something's wrong
when things are going to happen or whatever. Yep. Don't go there. Or this, that, and the other.
30-second heads up.
And again, it would make sense because think about this for a minute. Let's suppose you had extrasensory perception, and you could see the different colors of this, and you could feel the emotions. You'd be overwhelmed with information.
Oh, yeah, you'd be.
It would just be crazy. So your mind has to learn how to filter that out. On the other hand, when you get in a situation, let's say it's combat, or you were saying, the survival where you're thirsty, now your mind is going like, hey, dudes, we've got a serious problem here. What other tools do we have in the toolbox that we haven't picked up in a long time? And just start rummaging through the toolbox until it finds it. That's kind of my thought.
Yeah, animals can sense a storm, or earthquakes. I mean, yeah, animals are more perceptive to whatever's in nature than we are. Somebody who hunts a lot, which I historically have, I mean, you get better and better at walking through the woods and hearing the slightest crack of a stick, a ways away from you or something that you normally, if you're in society, you don't pick up on all that little distraction.
Mm-hmm.
When I went keto, my sense of smell massively improved.
Now, another thing, I mean, if you're looking at the distortion of the Earth's magnetic field, for example, it's basically a proven scientific fact that people can, to a certain extent, detect magnetic fields. And that might explain it, because water I would think, would tend to distort the magnetic field. Certainly iron will.
Oh, yeah.
And as I say, we're looking for the mineral that should be easiest to pick up, iron in quantity.
Well, and that's where, with the dowsing rods, I can't say that it's actually gold, but there's definitely the halo or something there, the mineralization that.
Yeah. I don't know, but that's, that could be some interesting experiments this summer.
You do pick up on weird things.
Yeah. And little one, I'd like to try you up there too. With both dowsing rods and actually just using your intuition.
I can't dowse. I've never been.
Sometimes that's how I dowse.
Yeah, but you ever tried to dowse iron?
When I look at a drainage, after looking at enough of them, sometimes that's what I do, is I dowse it with my mind more. So I look at how it's laid out and everything, and try to envision, what it may have looked like, and then go to a spot and start digging, and it's like, okay, yep, there's some gold here. There's enough to show gold in a pan.
Well,
but is that just from doing it again and again and again, experience?
Right.
Or is it really another sense?
Hey, Lito, I don't know. And it would be interesting to know what you guys find when doing this.
Yeah.
I say, I suspect that on that area where Montana B is at, there's other similar things to the pack rat vein.
Yeah.
That's been pretty well mined out. Now, we may be able to go down dip, and I say down to the bottom, it's only a half an ounce a ton, but it may open back up again or something, but that's a lot of effort. It would be interesting to just go over the hill and see if we could find a spot where a similar thing is outcropping, and then we could start at the beginning and follow
and that kind of experience or intuition. Sometimes you're right; it is there. Nobody put those two things together. Well, if it's here, why wouldn't it be up there?
The perpendicular vein, the pack rat vein, the mineralization looks different. The chemistry is different. Now, it's possible that when the solutions were moving through the perpendicular vein, that when they kind of went out into the pack rat vein area, they behaved differently. That's possible.
It could have been a secondary enrichment type event, though. It could have been two totally different time periods.
I'm thinking it was two different time periods, two different events. And first, the pack rat vein was put in there. And the reason I say that is because the structure of the pack rat's vein is shifted along the perpendicular vein. There's a spot there where you can actually see it's moved 5 feet to the left. And if the perpendicular vein had been the main mineralization channel, one would expect that the pack rat pocket, shall we say, would be kind of centered on that. It would be most intense right next to that. It is not. It peters out right about where it gets to the perpendicular vein. And that is not what I would expect under the
Because,
thing.
yeah, because some of this mineralization wasn't a one-time event. It
Oh,
was
no.
pulses over thousands of years of reoccurring, mineralization and meteoric water, hot water, steam,
Hydrothermal.
a lot, there's a lot of different, just like a volcano or a hot spring where it goes off every so often. That's the kind of event that plays some of that mineralization.
I would agree, but I say my thought is the actual perpendicular vein didn't even exist. That fracture didn't exist at that time. Because if it did, you would expect, again, the major part of the pack rat thing would be right there at the vein and kind of,
Well, and these mountain ranges in here were two different time periods. They went up, they actually came down, and then they went up again.
Yeah, there's no reason that things
got-
could have happened millions of years apart.
From what geologically they know of this.
So, my guess is right now that the two are essentially unrelated. Probably, they're
Very, very
separated by
possible.
many, many years, probably millions of years in time. And the perpendicular vein, that fracture was formed after the pack rat vein was in place. That's my guess. Now, if that's
If
true,
you've got that kind of shift, that'd be my guess.
well, it's not just that, but again, you would expect if, say, the solutions are coming up through this crack and then they hit a weak spot, it's going to be biggest right next to the crack. It's all on one side and it's smallest next to the crack. Then it gets bigger and peters out again. It just, it could happen, but it doesn't seem as likely. On the other hand, if that bedding plane between the two layers, if there was solution down deep and it was working its way up, then it kind of pushed it a little bit farther apart here and like that. You'd expect to see something like that, which is why by going down deeper, we might be able to pick it up again, so to speak. Yeah, I agree, Gold Panner.
Yeah.
And that's what we're wondering, if that's what happened, or if these are just two essentially totally unrelated events.
That'd be my guess.
Now, the perpendicular vein analogs in this area, they have been identified and dug on and tested, and in some cases exploited, and this and that. And that. But the other stuff, not so much. That's interesting to me.
Some events were mineralized events and some weren't.
Yeah. Well, and again, this is what we got to look at. We'll be out there. So this is what I could be doing this summer, me and Eva, and you guys can follow along as much as we can accomplish here. I'll be doing some claim staking and hopefully kind of lead you through that process. I'm thinking of doing, once we've got kind of what we want done in this area here, going through like Madison County with using the same methodologies I used in was it Lewis and Clark, Broadwater, Jefferson, and Powell. Okay, because my principal is not terribly interested in stuff farther away. Okay, so we got Jimmy in Madison County. So go through Madison County, use the same techniques, and then show everyone the techniques that I'm using, so that they can kind of duplicate it where they're at.
Right.
I thought they were, I wouldn't say amazingly wonderful, but they were useful. I think they found some interesting stuff.
Well, and sometimes getting some knowledge and then getting on the ground in an area, you start to notice, or you may see some things that were never even really noticed. I'll get in here, I suppose, too.
Yep, you're right. It's the easiest to fool yourself.
Yeah.
You could have an echelon vein, but I don't think it's actually an echelon vein here. I think what you've got is like a larger expansionist or shrinkage event, something to put the surface under tension in a northwest direction and cause these east-west cracks to develop. You know, Terry, that I think you're talking about Mystery Mine 1, and that's as far as it goes, as far as I could tell. I did not go past the calcite cross structure. Again, I didn't have my air tester, so when I had checked, there was no air movement there. It was completely dead, and so I prefer not to follow suit. If I'd had my air tester, I'd been happy to go. I think that was the end back there. I could see a face. Now, it could have made another 90-degree turn or something, but it looked just like the working face up there. So I just did the prudent thing and bailed. But I think that on that one mountain, that I say these perpendicular veins, they're all vertical, or virtually vertical. They're all virtually east-west. And they're parallel structures. So, you know, the crust got put into tension, or there was an intrusion that came up from beneath and kind of just pushed it like this. But it looked like those are tensional cracks. On the other hand, the pack rat structure is just embedded between the laminations of the sedimentary rocks. You know, that's it. And so that's my thought. Possibly two different things in the same spot. Coincidental, but I think it makes more sense than having the largest extent of the pack rat structure away from the perpendicular vein, and actually almost no contact with the perpendicular vein at all.
You have to start with a theory,
and then see
and then try to prove or disprove the theory.
Yep.
So you start somewhere and try to understand it to the extreme you can, and then if you do bring in help or outside geologist or whatever, sometimes he can either agree completely with you and say you're right, or go, no, this is what I think, and then it's like, okay, a whole nother level.
You know, this whole Montana Tech thing is
interesting. That's cool.
That's really
that's really neat.
The analysis, the data that we just got on the preliminary, you know, hey, this is what we got, you know, kind of now, but we'd like to do some more tests, and then we'll really get you the pile of data. I'm really pleased with how much information we're getting. We're just going to be buried in useful information once they get done with this. We haven't even gotten to the fancy multi-false color, you know, pictures of the actual cross sections with the various particles
detail in there.
With, you know, and it's showing you the mineralogical cross section of the particle too. Like if you had an iron oxide in a chunk of thing, I mean, you're going to see, you know, okay, here is calcite and there is iron oxide. You know, it's yeah, nobody's found any buffering yet, even when I've seen it on this computer. So I'm pretty sure the buffering was an issue of the internet. So we've got that fixed. And I mean, I was working till like 2 this afternoon to get it fixed today. It was tough to find something to plug into. It took us a couple hours to figure out where we can plug it in. We finally
a pretty good picture on this computer now too.
Yeah, well, that cord goes down there and through the door and down the steps and into the office. And yeah, and they don't have Ethernet couplings at Walmart. They've got Ethernet cables, but no couplings. So I had to go someplace and get a coupling too. And the better picture is from a different camera. We finally figured out how to get it to work, even though it seems to like to, you know, reject that, and I have to manually retell it what to do.
Bill Gates.
Don't ask me why. Yes, let's blame it on Bill Gates. Yep. So anyhow, why don't I turn it over to you? We have about an hour till the.
That'll give us plenty.
So that should give you plenty of time to do what you're looking at there.
Different subject at some point.
Yeah. And for those who have come in late, we now have 17. Just a quick little thing. tooling up right now with fancy stuff for the spring effort here. Should be in the field in another week or two. Thanks, Robert, for
thanks
the
again.
syrup.
Yes.
And should have a report from Montana Tech by like next week or so. I'm going to try and make a video on that. If they will approve it, I want to go over to them and actually videotape me asking them questions and stuff, which would be interesting. And that's about it. By the way, how did you folks like the format of the Mystery Mine 1 video? Was it informative and stuff? Did you find it useful? That sort of thing. If I get a little feedback, I'd appreciate it. Hello, Rick. How's it going? Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, so everyone's happy with the video and stuff. I guess Gold Panner and David, that was about the video. They seem to enjoy it. Yeah, it's not the real happy, joy, everything's wonderful video that you like to be able to make. Yes, we couldn't actually carry all the gold back to the truck in one trip, that sort of thing. But unfortunately, Mystery Mine 1 is much more common than things like Montana B. So it's important to go in, sample it, get the results. The panning results and the assay results gave pretty similar things. Walk the hell away. Don't bother staking it. Don't waste your energy or your money.
Hunt.
And that's probably one of the most important single skills in prospecting is walking away from a bad location. Yep. You can't find a good one if you're sitting there hanging out with a bad one.
Nope.
So anyhow, I'm not trying to be an entertainment channel. I'm trying to be an educational channel. So trying to show what really happens and what you do. OnTag? Yeah. OnTag, yeah, my eyes are not wearing my glasses. Yeah, exactly. One of the great advantages of the panning microfine gold technique is the ability to get information really rapidly, and that's extremely useful. But unfortunately, it's not definitive because, as Montana B has shown, and a few others,
you still want it.
Richard's Mine in Oregon. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at that. That's some pretty good stuff. That's like 3/4 of an ounce, maybe an ounce to the ton. What was the assay? 40.
Yeah. No, you still want to do assays, but if you can quick field sample like Keith is doing, it's a great way to at least say possible or no.
Well, and also,
and you get a look at the, if you can get in the mine, you get a look at it.
Well, and you can send off the best samples for assay.
Right.
So you can avoid sending off 10 samples.
Refine it down to 1 or 2.
You can get, okay, now if these 3 come back good, then we're going to look at the others. If on the other hand, like these 3 come back exactly what the pan said, and the others didn't have anything, well, okay, we don't need to worry about it.
Right.
So I'll be doing a lot of panning this summer as I'm doing the sampling at Montana B too, because I want to get good statistical correlation, so I can look in the pan and say, for Montana B, this is an ounce to the ton. So anyhow, with that said, I'll turn it over to you, Jim, for a bit, and then Eva will be back somewhere around 7:30, depending upon when Jim gets done and such. And for her tinfoil hat report,
I'm going to slip up here a little bit.
You take that. I will go over here
A little closer if I can.
and monitor the.
And
You're gonna have to get you a stick, a little pointer.
no, I don't think so. I can use a pen. But I thought the subject tonight I would go into when you're evaluating a placer drainage, you'll find some drainages where, like we were talking last week, where they ground sluiced, and you'll find combinations of this too. You hear, especially here, where they've ground sluiced, but then when they've got to deeper and deeper depths, possibly, or higher benches along the creek, instead of moving all that material, they went to drift mining it. And what's interesting about this, and I'll get into a little more of that later here, but this could be very viable for somebody who wants a good start at identifying gold in a placer and getting to a point where you can say, you know what, we got good enough gold to bring in a backhoe or bigger equipment. So I'll kind of start here with basically when you're looking at a placer drainage, what you'll see is a shaft, like a 6x6 hole with a header pile of rock behind it. And it's just clean rock. And that's all you'll really see in the drainage is periodic shafts with header piles on them. Because everything else was underground. And then if they got to where they did have gold, if they dug this, this test hole in here and they had gold, a lot of times they would try to dig a drain into it if it was wet. I mean, if you're into a dry bench, there's no need to have a drain necessarily. But in this case, I'm going to show in the cross section of, they did their test hole. They probably went over here and did another test hole. And then they moved out and did a test hole and they had gold. So you move back to the original and you start tunneling. And you always have to tunnel at an angle at the grade where you can keep the drain running. So you can dig in pretty wet ground as long as the floor will drain. And they try to go to bedrock eventually. And that's kind of what I drew in here is that they went down and then tunneled out. And basically I did this area right here. So we're already to this shaft. They started drifting in here until they pick up bedrock, and then they can clean the gold off of the bedrock in that lower, better, gravels with higher gold content. And I kind of drew in another thing that you'll see in a drainage that's been drifted is a sinkhole. Well, if you see a sinkhole and there's no dirt around it or rock piles around it, it collapsed. Well, it collapsed because of the old tunnels are collapsing. So it's a good indicator that it's been mined. And if you're in a drainage where they did this, there's a good chance that there's still some very good gold-bearing ground under here, unless it got really rich. If it got really, really rich, they would drop in and they would keep tunneling side-by-side tunnels. They stack the rock in the last tunnel and just take the gravels to the surface, and in the spring or whenever they had time, they would wash the gravels. It's just a sluice box or a small wash plant. But this is something that theoretically in today's date could be done yet. Is you dig your test holes, find out that you have gold, start to try to figure out the depth of bedrock. And if you've got, let's just say 10 feet of depth, you can easily tunnel that without even worrying about your bearing soils on the top. You can get into your gold-bearing gravels. And if you can, ideally, you try to run to bedrock. Well, they try to run to bedrock usually in a 45-degree angle away from the creek. Part of it's drainage. The other part is try to find the outside perimeter of the drainage and pick up that bedrock getting there. And the same thing on the other side of the drainage. They went out until they hit the pickup where the bottom bedrock started coming up with the control of the drainage. And as soon as they have those located and they know how wide the gold-bearing area in the bottom of the drainage is, they can just start mining it. Well, some areas, and I've learned this from experience with the excavator by opening up these areas, that if they got into a really good pocket of gold somewhere, they were fairly proficient at opening the drainage, opening the tunnel from one tunnel to a second tunnel and then backpile the rock. and haul out the gravel.
How you switch from one camera to the other.
So it's pretty interesting to see how they worked underground, especially when you can dissect it with the excavator. But even in today's gold prices, I went back on some old notes that I had from some diaries that I went through it from 1933 to 1935. And some of these guys in those days were drifting a drainage like this, or drifting even a bench possibly just into the hillsides of the drainage. And they were doing $5 a day per guy or something. Well, when you look at the gold price and you look at what they were accomplishing and put that into today's gold price at $1,750 an ounce, in today's money, that would be about $400 a day just to dig gravel and stack rocks and then go wash your material. So this could be very relevant to somebody that wanted to go into a drainage. If you're willing to dig your test shafts or dig the bedrock, find out the gold values, you could easily start to drift from that shaft and pick up some gold and create enough gold actually that you could go, lever that into the backhoe or something else. As Georgie said it, YouTube lied to him.
Yeah.
So I thought I would kind of, bring that subject up because it's something that I haven't heard anybody talking about. And, how did these old timers do it? Well, or why did they do it? It looks like a lot of work, but what it really was is digging test holes and identifying the placer and then starting to tunnel. And by tunneling, if you can stay in the paying gravels, basically most of your tunnel is all paying gravels that can go to the surface. If any of you have been following Jeff Williams' videos with what they're doing down there, they're drifting, but they're drifting in, cemented gravels or caliche where they're having to use jackhammers and that. Well, in most of these placers, that wouldn't be a necessary item, short of breaking through some bedrock possibly to get to a pocket that's back in somewhere. Most of this would be pick, shovel, buckets, and timbers. Yeah, you have to have timbers because when you're tunneling through loose gravel and barren gravels above your head, you have to support that. So you have to leg your ceiling. In a lot of cases, they leg the walls as well as they work through. And at the point that they needed to divide the tunnel to do another one, to take another 3 or 4 feet, they would stack the rocks as they took them out in the old tunnel and eventually support that structure. So at any one time, they never had, probably more than about 4 feet of width open at any one time underground because they literally would fill that old area with rock under the ground. Yeah, Chris. I mean, California definitely, when you get into the high country and with some, ancient, riverbeds. But there's a lot of places right here in Montana that I can show you drainages that I could point out areas that if you started drifting into the bench on the side of the creek, you would have gold. And the amount of work, yes, it's some shoveling and digging and timbering as you go, setting your sets. And in most cases, these sets were about 6 feet apart. In some really solid ground, I've seen where they were about 8 feet apart. But like I say, they also are legging the ceiling and legging the walls in a lot of cases just to keep the gravels from coming in on them. This was also a form of placer mining they could do in the winter that you couldn't do in the summer. You could do your open running in the summer when they were doing, ground sluicing and that. In the winter, though, with drifting, they could drift all winter. They were down under the freeze level, like here, to where they could drift all winter at 48 degrees underground. So they did that. And it was actually fairly profitable. Like I say, in good ground, which you have to decide what good ground is. Once you've done your test holes, But if you start getting into gold values, which a lot of these drainages had of $100 or $150 a yard, drifting could be a very, very good way to make some money without the expense of lots and lots of equipment. So, it's got a possibility of not only was it historic. I only know one guy that's drifting here in Montana right now, and he's actually on some really, really good stuff. And it's a dry drainage, so water isn't even an issue. Is there any questions?
Dry drainage sounds so counterintuitive.
Well, in this case, I drew in a ditch, and what they did in some cases, if this was really, really wet, they would divert the creek up here into the ditch and take it around them so that they could get this area dried out some, at least alleviate some of the water that was coming down the natural drainage underground on bedrock by diverting the stream bed around their area.
Well, I would think that another thing too is if you had liquid water above you, like a stream or whatever, the slightest perforation
could lead to a drowning.
Could get disastrous pretty quickly.
But believe it or not, I've been in multiple drainages, a couple of them that we were doing the digging, but I've seen where they literally did exactly this. And that's why I tried to show that. I mean, I could draw this 10 different ways, but they actually did drift under the drainage, back and forth, zigzagging to outline the area of where the gold stopped and started, or they were looking for the richest channel to start leading off on their drifting. So it's interesting how sharp some of these guys were and how they figured this out, how not to move all that overburden and barren gravels, just go for the rich gravel and take that.
Yeah.
And some drainages we were in where the Chinese had been in there, some of these, I kid you not, some of the stalls I took out were, 2 feet high. These Chinese literally are crawling on their hands and knees, just taking the highest grade of gravel out of the ground, and that's it. I mean, they poke it up under the big rocks, and they just have a little damn 18-inch timber, 20-inch timber shoved in to hold the rock while they mined out underneath it. It's really interesting to look at a historic perspective on how, what these guys went to do. Yeah, Ethan, that's true. Liberty and some of those are, they're drifting with equipment, actually. In Alaska was a lot of drifting, Yukon. It can be done anywhere that you have gold, in a hillside or in a bench above the creek or from the creek up. Like in these cases, they put a drain in and they worked at a slope until they got to bedrock. And then they could mine out the bedrock, when they got there. The neat thing with equipment and opening it up and making a big mess, a big landscape project out of it, was we'd get to these pockets that they couldn't get to because they had to keep slope depending on where they started in the drainage. So there a lot of times from the floor of the drift to bedrock, which could vary all over the place, a lot of the best gold they didn't get. But then you got into areas like this where I've seen areas 100 foot by 100 foot square that were solid drift timbers and solid washed rocks under the ground that you would have never known it was even there without opening it up with the excavator and seeing what they did. To actually get a real cross section of it by opening it up. Yeah, what they did, Terry, you're right. Most of these guys couldn't write their name, or they came from a completely different industry that when the economy had collapsed out east and stuff, they came out here to find gold and hoped that they could make a living. And some of these guys made a darn good living.
What's the deepest you have gone?
One test hole we did was 90 feet to see if the dredge got to the bottom. And that was one big hole, let me tell you.
Hi, Mr. Lodak.
Because the debris kept coming back in on us because it was all loose washed rock. Well, by the time we got down 90 feet, we had about, 2.5 acres of hole. And the dredge did get to the bottom.
That sucks.
It was a really expensive test hole.
The deepest I've personally been, let's see, I think it was 2,000 feet at San Manuel. That was amazing there because they have ore trains running like 20 cars, 30
That was
ton
Placer
cars.
too, wasn't it?
No,
Oh, that was
not
hard
San
rock?
Manuel.
Okay.
2,000 feet underground,
Yeah,
copper.
yeah.
And I mean, it was a big operation. When I worked at United Nuclear Uranium, that was 1,700 feet. But I mean, our ore cars were 4-ton ore cars,
Big, yeah.
and we'd have
big
like
stuff
4 of them,
Yeah.
4 or 5.
with a locomotive.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is a form of mining though that you could start literally with a pick, a shovel, and some buckets, like I say. And if you can get your test hole in and you have good gold down there on bedrock or get to bedrock, maybe you only get into the pay gravel layer like here and you never get to bedrock. But if this is valuable enough, you can start to drift off on it and tunnel in. And as long as you're finding values, and you pretty much know, because if you're only advancing 4 feet at a time, by the time you take that gravel to the surface and wash it in a simple sluice box or a high banker, for instance, you pretty much can tell if you're on gold and if you're not. And as long as you can start drifting that, there's a good chance you can make some money doing this concept with today's dollars in gold. And it could be a good start for somebody. The biggest thing is having the ambition to dig a shaft and see where you go with it.
Well, it has certain risks which most people are not familiar with. So that
there is the engineering of your stalls and making sure you stay safe as you. The shaft isn't near as bad as when you start tunneling under loose gravels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but the old timers, when they did a test hole, and we were talking about this in previous episodes, when they did a test hole, you know, wherever that shaft was, they went to bedrock and then they tested coming back up through the gravels. In this case, you could literally test as you go down through the gravels, everything you're bringing up out of your hole, because in this case, you have a header pile of rocks. You got to bring the rocks and gravel up from the shaft itself. So when you're bringing it up, you put the gravel in a pile and then you wash that gravel and see, or you wash it as you bring it up. You know, do an hour or two of bringing material up and then spend an hour washing. And you can basically tell when you get into paying where that paying level of gravel is. And from there down, it should continually get better. You know, yeah, it does, Patrick. It does sound sketchy, but it really isn't. I mean, when you open these and see how these old guys did it, you know, your biggest expense would be in lumber or poles or whatever you can source. Well, for timber,
I think for an ordinary person to attempt it without learning how to maintain ground control, then it would be pretty dangerous. But you can learn these techniques. Again, it's not rocket surgery.
No, and that's why I thought I would bring it up, because what you know, when you look at what historically these guys did to make a living, or how did they make any money, or how did they do this drainage? Some of the techniques they used are just really, really neat and very simple, because they had nothing. They had a pick and a shovel and a gold pan and a bucket. That's what they had. So that's how they used it.
Ethan mentioned the glacial, basically moraines, and ONTAG was asking what did he mean. So ONTAG, when you have a glacier moving forward, it's grinding up the rock and pushing loose rocks and everything. Yeah. The bottom of the glacier is actually about half rock and half ice. At the end of the glacier, where it's melting back as fast as it's coming forward, it tends to drop that material in what they call a moraine, a terminal moraine. Right? And so if there was rock upstream in the glacier where it was grinding across, it's actually crushing and grinding the rock and then dropping the gold and the broken rock in front of it there. And that's what Ethan,
Right.
you know, that's
And
what
that-
he was
I mean,
talking
to put
about.
it in a different context, that's like the gold they get in southern Indiana and stuff. A lot of that actually came from Ontario, Canada. That the glacier carried that mineralized gravels ahead of it like a D10 dozer blade. And when the glacier melted back, it left that mineralized, gold bearing gravels to where, even today those guys are down there panning fine gold and occasionally little tiny pickers and stuff. But it came from 500 miles north of there.
I think that's where all that Lake Superior gold
A lot of it. Yep, a lot of it. Yeah, I mean, when you get northern Michigan and parts of Minnesota actually had gold, but you had scouring that the glacier carried some of that in from farther north.
Yep. Now we don't have much of that here, right? Most of this.
Most of this is eroded from the veins existing in the environment right here. Yes, you've got a little bit of glaciation as far as glacial till overlaying some placers, so you've got some buried placer, and then of course the bottoms of your drainage tend to be, quite buried when you get lower in the lower elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah, where I was from in Minnesota, we had about 500 acres of glacial moraine on part of our farm. That those hills were, I don't know, pushing 200 feet higher than the normal elevation around them.
Did you have a big rock harvest every winter? Or?
It was mainly gravel, not a lot of rock. There was some rock on the, front edges of it. On the, some of the farms had a lot of rock. But a lot of it was just a huge sand pile with, oak trees on it. But when you got to digging in it, it was all glacial moraine from, coming down from north of us.
Ethan says he grew up in northeast Washington and had lots of streams that had, significant gold from the glacial deposits. Yeah. But people just didn't realize it, and they were looking for nuggets and didn't see the little stuff.
Right.
That can be pretty common.
Well, even some of these guys, when they mined back, years and years ago, depending on the amount of water they had and what was happening, some of them set their sluice boxes at such steep intervals and that because of lack of water, that their recoveries were only 50% of the gold going through their sluice boxes. I mean, there's a lot of interesting historical value in understanding what happened in a drainage or in an area if you can hunt that information. And then understanding what they did historically to look at the opportunity of what could still be all placer in the drainage. Because even when they did this drifting and that, they may have, especially if, like in a case like this where they never actually got to the bottom, if you were to come in here with equipment, you pretty much can remine the whole damn thing, short of an area where they did, tunnel, solid tunnels in it. Because short of if they were too high above the good pay ground, there could be good pay ground under those tunnels if they never got to bedrock. And that's some of the things that we ran into, and that, we've worked in a lot of areas like this that there's been previous working. It's, who knows, some of it may have been mined 2 or 3 times. You gotta, you get on top of the surface of the ground and they may have ground sluiced the top 6 or 8 feet off. Then you got all these sinkholes. You start to find the shafts. You find the header pile, the shaft, and you realize, okay, they drifted under here and they still didn't get to bedrock. And when you come in with equipment, you have the opportunity of taking out the good gold at the bottom down here that they were never able to even get to. Depending on where they started drifting in the drainage, if they started in the drainage low enough drifting, I know like up here at Garnett, they drifted that drainage for, I believe it's 11 miles up the whole drainage from the bottom down by the interstate all the way up to the Garnett ghost town. In the winter, they could run mules down these tunnels all the way up to the town without going in the snow. So they just, everybody kept hooking their tunnels together as they mined out the ground underneath. So it's pretty interesting to, understand the history of what happened.
Old Dirty
Hey,
Goat
Dirty
Kid.
Goat. Yeah. Thanks for being here. But I thought I would bring up this subject because it's another piece of placer. And if you're, walking a drainage to understand what they did, because on the surface, the only thing you're going to see is basically a 6 foot by 6 foot hole with a pile of rocks next to it. And then and you'll see this on drainages all through this part of the country. They zigzag because most of the time they began as a test hole. Find gold, or find bedrock, find gold, find bedrock, and then they would come back later if they could drain it or whatever and mine it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was being paid to dig shafts to find it, basically, or a guy was doing it on his own. Dig the hole.
Well, one of the things that I never was aware of, as you've been, educating us on the last couple weeks, is the fact that because they didn't have the pumps like we have nowadays, they pretty much had to go with gravity flow of water,
Right.
which meant anything below that plane
Right.
is essentially untouched.
Right. And if they had to come up their floor at a drainage angle so that the drain was the main, the main tunnel was the drainage all the way down and out. If a lot of times, and sometimes we have drifts that only had about another foot of material below them, but that was a really, really rich foot. But they couldn't dig a swimming pool in here because they had to have all these different tunnels draining. So the limitations were the water in being able to drain it, depth to bedrock. If they didn't start in the drainage far enough down the drainage to get to bedrock initially, they had to run until, like I did here, they had to run until they hit bedrock. So, in this case, they probably didn't even hit bedrock till they got up in here somewhere.
So another thing someone could do, and this is just a situation almost anywhere, if you have flowing water, now let's just say this
You
is
always
anywhere.
have some because you've got hydrology.
But if you got flowing water in a normal situation, you could build a little cofferdam on this side, and then run a solid pipe to the other side, another little cofferdam.
Yeah.
So the water that was running would gravity run across, and then you could dig beneath that level without the water running into to your swimming pool, as you're saying.
Yeah.
And some of this could be pumped out over the little cofferdam here.
Well, if they had a case like this, if they thought it was that good, sometimes they would move back down, but it depended on who had the claims. But they would move back downstream, dig another shaft in to drain, and then dig back so that they came in, here.
Mm-hmm.
Come in under their own drift. But, the limitations were manpower, depth of bedrock, water could be an issue. They had to run the slope.
Okay, smoking, basically, the reason they would stop before bedrock, let's say here's your stream, here's your tunnel there, and this is the drain.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't go uphill from the drain
Like this.
it's not going to drain.
Right.
And therefore, without using pumps, you can't go below a certain grade,
You
or
can't.
you'll create a huge pond.
Right,
down
you
there.
can't build a swimming pool in those days. I mean, nowadays with a 2-inch pump, oh my gosh, no problem, especially if you could drop the hose down a shaft and pull that out.
Mm-hmm.
But their only alternative was to go back down the drainage farther down and come in with another tunnel where they could come back in on that bedrock. Usually they would just start running and they'd run like to this from shaft to shaft, and then slowly, which is kind of this dissection is this area. It's this hole. They went out to this shaft and they went out to bedrock right here. But when they got on the bedrock, they could clean it and get that good gold. the high dollar gold. And they would look for the high energy channel if they could find it. They'd look for the bigger rocks.
And that's another thing a lot of people wouldn't think of if they weren't knowledgeable is, you know, well, the big rock, that's hard to move. I'll go for the gold over here, but the big rocks are where you are going to find the gold.
Right.
Yeah.
The bigger the rocks, usually the bigger the gold because of the high energy channel and the amount of force coming through that area to move those big boulders, to keep moving them down drainage, would leave out the big gold. When you got gold, you know, that's 19 times heavier than water, that high energy channel carry the light gold out, but it'll leave all the big gold, you know, the half ounce, 3/4 ounce, 1 ounce, 5 ounce nuggets will be left with the high energy channel in the drainage. Exactly, Chris. Fighting gravity is a tough way to go.
Yeah, but also very tiring.
Yeah, but I mean, the knowledge these guys gained by just first digging the hole. Dig the hole, which you do with any placer. You got to dig a test hole. Where's bedrock? Can I get to bedrock? Are the gravels in that test hole paying? And if they're not, you go dig another hole somewhere else. But that's what you're hunting for, is paying gravels. If you can once get through the overburden or the barren soils and barren gravels and get into paying gravels, now you're onto something. Now when you start drifting off, you can start to drift off to bedrock, especially if you go up drainage at, let's just say, 45-degree angle to the creek. If you go up drainage, sooner or later, you're going to hit bedrock, unless the bedrock tips over in a fault or something like that.
It's interesting to see just how long a delay there is.
Yeah, between these.
It's like at least a minute or two.
Yeah.
Funny. But anyhow.
But I figured I'd bring that subject up because this is something that any one of us can do. If you're willing to dig a test hole and take it to bedrock, and if it means timbering it as you go down and everything else, learn about that and do that. And when you get down on good gold, you're going to go, wow, you know, this is some good looking ground. Instead of teetering around on the surface, hoping, you know, especially here in Montana, a lot of the gold is buried. I mean, yes, you can find gold with a metal detector. Ideally, you're going to find it where somebody's disturbed ground. You're going to find it in one of these drainage, one of these diversion ditches or something. It's tough in a lot of places unless you're right up on top of the mountains where they've degraded and the gold laid there, to find gold with a metal detector because of the depth of the gravels and things that are overprinting the gold.
Well, that's one of the things I haven't had to deal with in a long time, is basically soft ground. When I worked in New Mexico,
Yeah.
we could have some unpleasant stuff. And one thing that was very sketchy was we were using 6-foot rock bolts and 10-foot rock bolts with chain link. And sometimes you'd have like a 3 or a 4-foot layer of sandstone that would fall off. And then you'd have to drop it and re-bolt.
Yeah.
And so you'd be literally going out underneath
something you were scared to
and
death.
cutting the chain link so it'll fall just past you. And that was kind of interesting. Yeah.
No, I was surprised though, because we dug into some of these in drainages that were probably, my guess would be they were put in the 1870s, 1880s, that were still really stable, you know, and they just used some 3 and 4 inch lodgepole or fir pole trees, basically, just for posts. And then they split, you could see where they'd split the wood to make kind of like boards. So a lot of them had a round face. And that's what they used for all their legging, for in their ceiling. And they would shore it up, and then they would drive the next set of legging in above the top. and then they would advance the excavation just enough to get the next post in to hold up the legging they drove ahead of it. It's kind of interesting how they did it so that they really weren't at too much risk.
Well, there's a modern technique called longwall mining.
Yeah.
And in longwall mining, folks, basically, if you have a layer of coal, they'll drive a tunnel basically on this side of the thing, one way over here. They'll drive a tunnel across, and then along that tunnel they put a conveyor, and they call them shields, and they're big, hydraulically supported steel shields. And then there's what they call a shearer, and as it cuts the coal off of the face and drops it onto the conveyor, then they just move the whole assembly forward. These shields are like typically like 3 or 4 feet wide.
4 probably the ones I've
And so
seen.
they'll have like 100 or more of these sitting side by side, and they can advance it, and they will get out all the coal.
Yeah, they can within an inch.
You know what was really weird there? I was reading one, I think it was off the east coast in Canada. And they were doing longwall under the ocean.
Yeah, England. They mined a lot of coal right down in under the ocean.
Now that'd be very, very spooky. You know,
Knowing that there's the ocean above you?
You're removing the ground support and allowing it to collapse, and relying on the fact that broken rock is bigger than unbroken rock, so that it's not going to collapse all the way up to the untold cubic miles of ocean.
Off the coast of England and that, they mine coal out under the ocean for some areas way out under the ocean.
Yeah.
But yeah, another thing, I guess, if you're walking a drainage and you find shafts with the header pile, just rock piles, that's all you're going to see, short of an occasional sinkhole. And a sinkhole would be a cave drift. And occasionally you'll see part of the drift that's caved in also. I mean, I've seen on dry ground where you actually could, look down the drift. It's caved enough that you could see down the other side of the drift. You could see it was a drift. But, in a lot of this ground, all you'll see is a slight cave in that almost looks like it's a ditch, but it's not. It's actually just the drift, the ceiling of the drift. The boards are rotting out.
Yeah.
But, a lot of this work was done, basically pre-1890 here in this area. This was 1870s, 1880s. So it was early on.
Now, over in southern Arizona, northern Mexico, you have all these dry plasters.
Dog holes. Yeah.
Well, not just dog holes, but I mean, I was in El Boludo. I was 90 feet underground.
Yep.
And the tunnels were wider than this apartment.
Yep.
And then they just stacked the cobbles.
Yep.
And it was just solid as can be because it's all cemented.
Sure.
Calcite,
Right.
gypsum, things like that. That's what Jeff Williams has, is gypsum, cement, and alluvium.
Right, and this is what they're doing on Jeff's show, is they're drifting. But they're drifting in cemented gravels and calcite and
and there you don't need the timber.
Right. And the Liberty up there, I was watching a couple of his videos there in Washington, and they're literally running skid loaders underground in their drifts and hydraulic hammers, because it's not that it's really cemented, but it's so compacted, and boulders are so held in there so good in that cobble that it's easier to just vibrate it all loose and scoop that up. And they're not using a lot of support either. They can arch everything enough that it's self-supporting.
Yeah, that's
Even most of the mining here was about 1867, 68, and newer.
I'm not sure if you meant the mines or the actual deposits.
The plasters themselves.
Yeah.
I don't. You know what? I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure I can look it up.
I think they're mostly relatively recent.
Right. They're
the
younger.
last couple million
Yeah,
years.
they're younger geologic formation, but that's still a long time frame.
Yeah. No, the things like Confederate Gulch and stuff, how long have they been there? I'm not really sure, although
Well, they didn't find gold here till 1865, I think, or something. That the gold was not found here that early.
yeah, but I'm just talking about when was it that? I think
Yeah.
these things are probably in the neighborhood of tens of thousands to a few
10 or
million years old.
12,000 years. They're younger placer
Yeah, because
than in some places in the
these are
world.
tertiary sediments, that's for sure. So that's what it said on thing. But
Yeah.
aside from that, it would be easy to find out. We'll try and do that. Remind me next.
Yeah, we can look at the geologic actual,
I've got a geologic map.
give you some information on that.
Yeah. Yeah. But the ground up here, if you don't have a stream running through it, it's not nearly as dry as it would be in like western Washington or Oregon. But it's still not going to be nearly as dry as it would be in Arizona. Southern Arizona. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and a lot of these drainages, just because of groundwater even, migrating to the bedrock, can be wet. So you can see where they're drift mining at angles, trying to keep slight, 1 degree grade. 1852, okay, all right. I was just going to look that up, Bryce, but thank you for that. I mean, a lot of the mining here didn't really get going until, around the time of the Civil War and into and outside of that. Which Colorado was even later than that. Colorado was in the 1880s, I think, before they even found gold in Colorado. So it kind of went backwards. Somehow they got to Montana and found it.
I think it's because Lewis and Clark. Because they came up the Missouri
Yeah,
River.
but they didn't find gold here.
No, but I mean, but people were coming.
Oh yeah,
there.
oh yeah.
That's what
After
I'm
that, but that was 1803.
Yeah, I mean, it was like
That was
really
really
a freeway
yeah.
compared to everything else.
Well, yeah, the river was a good transport. And Idaho was kind of the same way. The Salmon River and that coming in off the coast, they could come up to Columbia, and a lot of the first ships that were run, steamers were running all the way into Idaho.
Without the dams there.
Yeah, without the dams and stuff, they could run all the way into Idaho. So some of the supplies in this area, like when Bannock took off down here in Virginia City and Alder and that area, when that took out, a lot of the supplies were actually coming from Idaho, from San Francisco, then coming from the east. This area here, when they started migrating the miners into here, they could get the paddle wheelers up as far as Fort Benton on the Missouri River. And so their supplies in this area were coming from Fort Benton mostly.
Hey, Ethan, you said Washington outlawed all motorized mining. Now, by motorized mining, what specifically are you saying? You're talking like prospecting, or because clearly things like materials for quarrying and stuff, you couldn't stop that. You wouldn't have any concrete or anything.
No.
So I'm not sure.
They stopped dredging. They tried to change the dredging rules.
Well, here, let me come back there a second. Somebody asked a question.
Well, Patrick, I've been kind of, trying to do the actual subjects as far as for me. I've been doing the placer subjects like this. We've been, we went to ground sluicing last week, drift mining like this week, talking about what you'd see in the drainage I'm trying to identify historic type workings and what are the opportunities within that yet. As you go back for the last 7 Sundays, I've kind of tried to pick a subject every week that has to do with this kind of thing. And, Keith and I definitely can go into geologic maps and stuff. And, we've kind of over time here been covering some of that.
Okay, well here,
Yeah, no dredge, he said no dredgers and no high bankers.
Okay,
And no motorized
small
placer
scale.
miners.
okay, I'm just trying to get okay. Now, here's a geologic map of a particular area, and there'll be a reference map towards the beginning of almost anything like this. There it is. But all these colors and stuff, what does all that mean? Well, in the back, there will be a reference like this. And this right here are the geologic time periods and particular formations. And there has to be a reference so that you can tell the different colors, the different symbols and stuff, what are they?
It's all coded.
For example, let me get my glasses on here. Let's just go this one right here. This it's in the Quaternary period, which means it's very, very recent, basically. This orange says QBA, Quaternary basalt. So that tells you what the time period is, what kind of rock it is. This is the Plateau Rhyolite, and this is the Lava Creek Tuff. So when you're looking at a map and you see this color and those letters, then that tells you what the rock is. Now, when it says the Lava Creek Tuff, that means a particular formation that occurred at a particular time in a particular area. Think of it as like a tuff, by the way, is consolidated ash falls, basically. When a volcano spews out ash and small rocks and things like that, and they land, then they kind of stick together and turn into a rock. That's a tuff. And the Lava Creek Tuff would be a particular eruptive sequence in a particular area. And you'd say if it's in this area at this time period, it's a lava, and it's a tuff, it's the Lava Creek Tuff. We have the Big Belt Formation, the Big Belt Mountains over there, and it goes up into Canada, I believe.
I believe so.
And it's a particular series of rocks that was formed in like a giant lake a long, long time ago. And so those layers have formed over a wide area at the same time. And now that they've turned into rock and been tipped on edge and stuff, you can look at this end of it and see the same sequence you see at the other end. That's a formation, not a layer. A formation is big, okay? And sometimes, like the Kaibab limestone in Arizona covers like almost the entire width of Arizona and the northern thing there. So you have to go to the back, look at all the various things in order to decode what you see on the map itself.
Yep.
But that's what these maps do. Okay? Smoking, things have changed a lot over the years. Yep. Yeah, the weather changes a lot. For example, what Ethan and Chris were talking about, the giant floods of eastern Washington, that was at the end of the last ice age. Yep. And enormous volumes of water.
Even like that area, he made note, smoking to there, like where Jeff Williams is at, where they're that deep underground and they're in a channel that was water laying the gravels. Well, you had time periods going back geologically that even these mountains right here, the degradation on these mountains right here where we are, they say is as much as 3,500 feet of degradation, which created all these valleys and everything. You know, at the point the mountains came up, it was almost more like a plateau, you know, a piece of prairie that went up, and then it eroded away from that bedrock.
Okay.
But you had, geologically, you had periods of time where maybe for 1,000 years, there was 1,000 inches of rain a year over a huge long period of time.
Let's see. Where did I get the book? I got this at Montana Bureau of Mines and Mineral Resources in Butte.
Every state, but I think
It's Geologic Map 62E. I forget how much it was. It was less than, I think it was about $20.
yeah, something like that.
Something
I've
like
got
that.
one too, Bryce, if you want to use mine.
If you want me to pick
No.
one up when I go up there next time to Butte, tell Jim and I can pick you one up. No problem, because I should be there in a week or two to check out the results. On a lot of the Ontario maps, they have the color symbol key around the perimeter. That is often true in a big map. Okay, this is a field.
This is a field notebook map.
And to save space on the individual pages, you have to go to the back, and that is inconvenient. I would
Right.
agree completely. The nice thing is this is waterproof.
You know, for each of those areas that are in here, though, yeah, you can get the map. So if there's just an area you're really interested in, you can actually get a better map of just that area.
Okay, are you familiar with Madison County? Not in detail at this point in time.
A little bit. I've
Little
been
bit.
down in that country poking around a little bit.
Now, I'm kind of planning on, when I have some time, and it may be next fall before I do, doing a research on Madison County for Jimmy down there as an example of how I do the research to look for good mines. And I'll be doing a video on that, but I haven't really looked in detail at Madison County yet. Okay, Dirty Goat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you can borrow mine and look at it and familiarize yourself.
Yeah, there's some other stuff that's
Well,
more valuable.
to me, what's valuable is the fault. You know what the faults they know of that are documented is part of what I use for part of my prospecting some of these hills. I look for those faults and try to find the changes that I'm looking for.
I'm just
Yeah, Terry, where I was from in Minnesota too, that's what they said, those glaciers that came down out of Canada were, some of them were as high as 2 miles of ice. So you can imagine what that looks like as a dozer blade pushing ahead of it. It's pushing acres and acres of dirt ahead of it.
cubic
Gravel, cubic yards.
See, now here's like the geologic map of Broadwater County.
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
You know. It also gives you a detailed analysis.
When you get on the ground, you start to find a lot more than what's on that map.
No, this is just,
It gives you an overview and a particular area.
and in
on-
general, what happened to get to where we are today.
Right.
You know,
You start to learn a little bit about the geologic history. Yeah,
whenever you're
true,
ready,
Chris,
little one.
you're right. That if you can find, field notes or research papers on those areas, yes, it's way more information.
Well, and the other thing, I found that a lot of the research I was doing was from an analysis of, on county by county, but it'll have a bibliography of 20, 30 different papers that all this has been derived from.
Yeah.
And many of those papers are on the internet also. So if the details you're looking for are not there, quite often you go back to the original paper and you'll pick up more details about the particular thing you're looking at. And I mean, it'll take for mine X, they may have blah, 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 blah. But when you go to the original paper, and it'll tell you this paper, this page, you go back there and you look at it, you may have significantly more information to work with.
Yep.
So, okay, that's all I see there. Eva will be here shortly, and she's got some interesting stuff on the tinfoil hat report, too. Well, whatever, Stephen.
Yeah, we're glad you're.
Yeah.
If we can help you, that's the whole idea of what Keith and I have been doing. We're going to give Eva, get her in here for the tinfoil hat report.
And Bear is going to stay here too because I may need him to scribble some stuff on paper and hold it up so you can see it.
Okay.
Well,
In that case, you want to get me one piece of paper out of the paper tray there?
yeah, and
Next
use
one down.
block letters. Okay, so basically gold is holding steady this week. So is silver, so is platinum. The consensus of opinion amongst the great gurus that read funny little graphic charty things that I absolutely do not understand is that gold has hit a price resistance point at the moment, but they believe that if gold breaks through this price resistance in the next month or so, it should settle. It should probably go up to about 1790, and then when it settles down again, the bottom will be about $10 or $20 above where it is right now.
Smokey Joking is chanting Eva, Eva, Eva.
Yeah, evil, 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 evil. Okay. At the moment, part of what is keeping gold suppressed is the fact that Treasury bonds have raised their interest rates again. In some just totally unimportant side news that I happened to notice while I was busily watching squirrels and flying pigs, it turns out that we had the largest 1 month budget deficit, third largest ever in history last month, along with one of the largest unemployment months in history ever. But of course, as I said, I was busy watching squirrels and flying pigs. Okay, I don't have time to look at that other stuff. That stuff is not important. The Treasury said that stuff is not important. Our economy is in amazing shape, and we all know this. Yeah, it's one of the many things we all know. Yeah. That does not surprise me, Chris. I mean, there's a lot of fallout going on in the market anyway. Apparently, some of the hedge funds are in trouble. Not that you can tell because all the money they play with is imaginary anyway, and all the stock they play with, or the portion of the stock they play with, is also imaginary. Some of the hedge funds are looking a little shaky these days, and some of the paper gold companies are looking a little shaky these days. But that's just day-to-day things in the stock. The stock market is ticking along the way it always does because it has absolutely no connection with the real world, and it hasn't had a connection with the real world for a long time. So it is quite interesting to watch as creative economic fiction. Other than that, I try to avoid it. But there was a really interesting video that came out on the matter of rare earths. What is that man's name?
Rare earth?
Yeah, the British dude.
I know who you're talking about.
Mellon?
Yeah, Malin, I believe. Let me look it up here real quick.
Bear's looking at the video for us. Well, anyway, there is this really cool British dude. There are several really cool British dudes like
Malin Baker.
Malin Baker, Mallenbaker. He had a really well done video on the crisis in rare earths, which some governments are just now beginning to wake up to. including our own, though our own is studiously ignoring it as much as possible because they don't want to annoy the paper panda crowd. At the moment, we have exactly one, wow, rare earth mines operating in the United States, and that would be Mountain Pass in California, probably the only reasonable good thing that goes on in California most of the time. The problem is, even in places like Australia where they mine rare earths, and even our California rare earths, we don't have the means to process them here anymore. They, the greeny weenies took care of the whole processing thing, so they get shipped over to China to be processed anyway in deplorable environmental planet-killing conditions with convict labor and who knows what else. But this is going to become a significant long-term problem if Lord Malarkey, the incoherent, and his crew of little greeny weeny minions get their Green New Deal thing going, because there's scheduled to be a historic surge in rare earths and rare earth demands between now and 2050 because of the push for Green New Deal, but also because of the general push forward of technology. So something that we all should probably keep in mind and on the back burner, if you happen to run into unclaimed BLM properties that have some interesting things on them, but they also have some rare earths, it might be a good idea to stake them and check them out as a future thing, because at some point there is going to have to be a reality check. And when the environmentalists, I'll get to you in a second there, when the environmentalists, reality, and the government all run into each other in a bloody head-on pile of ridiculosity, there may be an opportunity to get some regulatory reform so we can get that processing going again. Yes, sir.
Do you know, are rare earths locatable minerals?
That I am still looking into because, as I pointed out the last couple of weeks, it seems that the actual regulations that our beloved BLM and Forest Service and Department of Interior use to regulate us small miners are apparently missing in action. Or at least when it comes to being able to be seen and viewed by the public that they directly impact. So the best course of action until we can actually figure out what the federal government thinks of this is to just try to find a claim that is locatable, that's got copper, that's got zinc, that's got something locatable on it, but also has rare earths. And they're not unusual by any means, because it turns out in this rabbit hole that I fell down that rare earths are not rare at all. They're actually some of the more common minerals in the world. In fact, there's more cerium out and about than there is copper. The problem is getting them separated from the things they're stuck to and processing is a long, involved, and ridiculous process that British dude covered really well with pictures and everything. So I was happy with that. But there is some growing geopolitical stuff going on because the Australians are beginning to push back against China's incursion and attempted incursion into their rare earth market. Africa is pretty much lost on this regard because China bought the mineral rights on basically the entire continent. And the Chinese were not stupid in doing this. Unfortunately, they happen to think very, very well. They may have some really bad ideas at times, but that doesn't mean they can't think. But they are getting some pushback from Australia, where they control extreme to the point of monopoly the rare earth market. The only option for places like Europe, the United States, and Australia over time is going to be to bring back our own processing in country so that we can process what minerals we have in the face of growing demand. And there's also growing demand in copper coming over the next several years. The Copper situation at the moment in South America seems to be fairly stable. They're still making minimum production goals. They're still ticking along despite their COVID lockdown. Part of the problem is bottleneck on getting things out to processing plants, because just because a mine is operating at a reasonable level doesn't mean processing facilities are. So it's going to be an ongoing problem for a while in that regard. But in terms of how it affects the consumer, we are already facing historic lumber prices, and they're going up even further because the lumber supply chain is in really, really bad shape. We're seeing historic highs for consumer metal prices across the country. If you want to try to build something right now, like Bear was looking at, if you want to build a crusher, you want to build something, it's getting hard to get the materials at a reasonable price, or in some cases to get materials at all. Some stuff just is not showing up. That should ease over time, but I think we should consider a lot of the prices we're seeing the new baseline normal for the next couple of years at least, because once again, some governments are yapping about how we need to lock down. Some governments are still locked down in some areas, and there's more mounting pressure to do it in other areas because this has become a control tool, unfortunately. And speaking of control tools, the SEC.
Securities and Exchange
And
Commission.
I was getting to that there. The Securities and Exchange Commission, bless their black little stock though carts, has been rearing their head and thinking some very bizarre ideas. Now, some years ago, this starts back some years ago when somebody was asking the SEC, well, are Bitcoin and Ethereum and these mysterious crypto altcoin token type things, are those securities or are they money? Now, at the time, the SEC decided that Bitcoin and Ethereum were most definitely not securities. They were money. But they weren't money either because they weren't government money, therefore they're not legal, therefore we'll ignore them. And they basically just kind of ignored everything else. Well, now that Bitcoin is past, I think it's 1.4 trillion in market share, Ethereum is skyrocketing, and cryptos in general have gotten very bullish. All of a sudden, the Fed decided this would be an excellent time, since people like this stuff so much, to get rid of cash and move us onto a crypto economy. So they want to roll out a Fed coin. Well, now there's a problem with the Fed coin. The reason Bitcoin works and Ethereum works and most of the other altcoins work is because there's a certain level of trust. Because it's decentralized, because the blockchain is open, because anybody can look at it and you always know what the hell is going on. And it can't be messed with. Now, that would not be the case with Bitcoin. And I can 100% guarantee that because the Fed is being very careful not to talk about how Fedcoin would work, which means they're planning not to make it work the same way. Well, the SEC sued Ripple some time ago. Ripple is sort of a cryptocurrency, but sort of an altcoin, sort of a token. It's a medium of exchange. And the SEC said, well, wait a minute. We think that this is an undocumented and unregistered security because it fits this rule that came out in 1946. And I read the rule that came out in 1946. The name escapes me right now, and I'm like, well, that could apply to a whole hell of a lot of things, not just to, if you want to try and claim it applies to Ripple, then it could apply to a lot of things. Well, now they've turned around and sued LBRY. LBRY puts out LBC, and LBC is technically more of a token or an altcoin than it is a straight crypto coin. Yes, they did, Mr. Lodak, because that was a case of localized extortion, okay? They went for AOS because AOS had some money, so they extorted it, and then they walked away. They'll go back to that one later. But what they're doing now is they're going after Library. Now, Library is an interesting little altcoin. I used to own some. It's lost in some wallet somewhere. I'm not even sure where, but yeah, it's out there somewhere. You know, somebody will find it someday. It won't be me, probably. Basically, LBC is a token, and if you want to tip an artist, or tip a content provider, or buy access to some content that's in the Library network, which covers millions of people, including Odyssey, which is a peer-to-peer video service, a whole lot like YouTube, except you can actually say things without getting banned. You simply use your money, you buy some LBC, and then you go out there and you find these internet independent content providers like live streams and podcasts and videos about all kinds of cool stuff that have been kicked off everywhere else. And you can pay them in LBC. Well, now the SEC is suing LBRY over LBC because they're claiming that it is an unregistered and unregulated security. Because their contention here is when Library produced LBC, they put it out there and said, if you buy this, you are supporting a common goal. And you are having an expectation that you will make a profit through supporting this common goal. Okay? But the other part of this is they're trying to say that if Library has content out there, everybody is supporting a common goal. The common goal in the case of Library being to make sure that the flow of information is free, is uncensored, that artists and creators can share things peer-to-peer and work in a relatively unregulated environment. This makes a common goal. The SEC is saying that because people are making a profit out of this common goal, and some of the people who bought the coins might be expected to make a profit out of this common goal, then it's an unregulated and unregistered security, and it's illegal, and it has to stop immediately. It can never happen again. And Library has to give, having read the report, they have to give back all of their ill-gotten gains as part of their civil penalties, which, by the way, the ill-gotten gains apparently would not go back to the original investors, at least not in entirety. A good number of them would head straight in the direction of the federal government. Well, so Library is making an interesting case here when they say, well, if you're saying crowdfunding something where everybody has a common goal, I mean, you don't crowdfund something, you don't join in and give money to a startup just because it's a startup. You do it because you like that startup, which means that by definition, you have a common goal. You and the 19,000 other people who got in on that GoFundMe or whatever the startup was, all like this thing. And you all have an expectation that when this company gets off the ground and services start rolling out, you will be able to profit from those services. Either whether the profit is a free board game because you sponsored them in their rollout, or a free t-shirt, or you'll get to watch all kinds of content, or maybe you'll become a professional and you'll be able to put your content on Odyssey. They're saying that this general common commerce model could somehow become an unregulated security. And that is an extraordinarily dangerous proposition at this point. And for anybody who wants to get into the whole details of the situation, there is an internet lawyer dude. And Bear is going to write down the guy's name in block letters, or he's going to find the video on his YouTube. The guy's name is Viva Frei, Vivafrei. He's a YouTube vlogger who's stuck behind enemy lines in lockdown in Toronto these days. He's been quarantined for a year and a half now. And he does a podcast with
Robert Barnes.
Robert Barnes, who is one of America's constitutional type lawyer types. And they went into this in great detail in the most recent episode. And they had some really interesting insights. And yeah, Chris, it's not a security unless it's exchangeable. Well, the SEC is trying to claim it's a security whether it's exchangeable or not, but you know how the government is. They're very bizarre because actually LBRY works on much the same framework that Ethereum does and operates in a lot of the same ways Ethereum does, and yet Ethereum is fine and LBRY is not. Now, the tinfoil hat community is pretty darn sure this is all happening because LBRY specifically supports independent artists, independent content writers and providers, and peer-to-peer sharing of independent content that in a free and unregulated environment. So consensus of opinion in the tinfoil hat community is that the SEC is going after Ripple and LBRY specifically to target internet content providers that have been removed from the more standard content sharing platforms. Don't know how true that is, but it makes logical sense when you walk around the problem. Regardless, it is a serious power grab if this gets any traction at all in the courts, because this is going to make it extraordinarily hard to innovate using cryptocurrency or blockchain platforms. And it's really generally a bad idea, but our government is known for having a plethora of bad ideas anyway, so that's not surprising. But at any rate, yes, Robert Barnes is Alex Jones's lawyer. I am a big fan of Alex Jones. He is the old guard of tinfoil hat world. Prison Planet is an amazing place to hang out sometimes. But anyway, I'm going to be keeping an eye on what the SEC is doing with cryptocurrencies, because the downstream implications of this, if they can change the regulatory definitions of what institutes securities and what constitutes securities within a commerce thing, it could actually end up affecting miners, because small miners frequently will decide to profit share. Small miners frequently in the past have gotten small projects off the ground using venture capital and various forms of partnership. And this kind of thing is not unusual in a small business environment or in an environment like gold mining. And to have the government looking at this level of intrusion in how businesses choose to raise funds to continue commerce and expand commerce is highly disturbing. Not that I expect anything less from our government. They're very, very good at disturbing. But that's where we are this week. As always, I strongly suggest that if anybody wants to keep up with tinfoil hat news, of course, you want to keep up with on Prison Planet and a few other little places online. Shit Hits the Fan Plan is a really nice little blog that occasionally comes up with some really cool stuff. If you want to keep an eye on things that are more general in terms of the political landscape, Conservative Treehouse is an excellent place to be. Viva Fry's blogs on YouTube are always excellent, especially in terms of some of the trials that he covers and some of the issues he covers with Robert Barnes
when they do their weekly podcast, which I believe is on Sundays. And I will be keeping an eye, as always, on Kitco, Muddy Metals, Mining.com, and the other places I go to looking for interesting mining information. And if anybody happens to run into those BLM and DOI regulations that are impossible to find online, it would be nice if you sent me the link.
Another thing, I was dealing with the BLM last week, I think it was.
Yes, you will.
And they mentioned that the rate of claim filing has doubled since last year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an interesting data point. Don't know what to make about it, except that since they don't have any more people to process the claims, they said it might be many months before we get our claim forms back from them, stamped, etc. So,
which means that if there is anything that has to be cured according, I'm looking on the bad side here, okay? I'm a pessimist. If there is anything that would need to be cured according to whatever obscure regulations they follow that no human being sees except them, it would be past the cure date, so your claim would be invalidated. This is the way they work over there.
but
What I thought was interesting is the fact that their budget, if you look at the line item for their budget on the Treasury website, if you can still find it, finding Treasury files is very time consuming, but they are still there. If you take a look at the balance sheet, DOI's balance sheet has actually gone down slightly, despite Biden loudly proclaiming that there would be some sort of civilian climate core thing going on. So I'm keeping an eye on that to see where our federal money is going, because it's not going to the places that Biden's been talking about. But it hasn't been showing up anywhere else either. And while that's not indicative, the fact that this lady also said that her office was snowed under and very overworked because they have no extra help, and one of her co-workers was on leave for a month or something. We could get lucky if we put in mine claims, just get to work, and they may never even get around to inspecting us. And who knows when the claims will actually be looked at in terms of the paperwork, because they apparently are like kind of short staffed over there at the moment. So it could go either way. This could be really, really good. That could be really, really bad.
Ethan, I definitely like to file in person with the county. That's usually pretty darn simple, and in this case, the counties we're dealing with are pretty close. The MLRS, I believe you can start filing stuff directly and online now. I'm not sure how much I trust that. Definitely make sure you make copies of everything and send, if you're sending it in hard copy, return receipt requested, etc.
My take on this, as always when working with any government agency, I never file anything online with a government agency unless I absolutely positively have to. I write it on paper, I keep multiple copies, and I go down to an office and I stand in front of a human being until they do what they are supposed to do with it, because governments seem to have an unparalleled ability to lose things in the manner that is most convenient for them and least convenient for you. And the easiest way to avoid that is by getting names, getting badge numbers, and getting in somebody's face in person.
Yeah, unfortunately, Billings is like 250 miles from here.
Yeah.
Dean West, while you're here, I think, that MLRS is what they were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to probably be starting to head out in the field in the next couple of weeks. Do you mind if I look at some of your claims while we're out frolicking about? I know that there's a couple of them there that are going to be in areas that we're going to be looking at. So can I just take a look at them and maybe take a few hand samples if we're in the area? And Just for your information, over near Hassel yesterday or Saturday, there was no snow. The roads were in great shape. So just letting you know. I'm sure you can get to that line you have in that general area there without a problem. if you
Well,
wish to.
anyway, I will let this go back to Bear. If you guys have any, oh, wait. I fell down the most bizarre rabbit hole thanks to Bear the other day. So Bear starts watching a video about ancient war fighting techniques. And it was a video about slings. Okay? Now, sling like David, Goliath, etc. And they are a formidable hand weapon tool. I have no problem with that. So Bear's watching this thing and they're talking about how the ancient Romans would make lead weights to put in their slings and stuff. And Bear just happened to wonder out loud, how the Romans went about refining silver out of lead back in the old days. Now, for anybody who's never noticed this, if you take a look at the vast majority of truly ancient jewelry, the vast majority of it is gold or copper. You didn't get into silver in jewelry, at least, or in, the tops of perfume atomizers or anything else until about the second dynasty in Egypt, the mid to late Roman Empire. So I decided to do some digging into this area because I was like, well, I kind of remember a few things I read in Ray Metallica, but, I did not pay much attention to it because I was more interested in reading Pliny the Elder, the amazing naturalist Pliny the Elder. But anyway, so I started digging around, and it turned out that they would get galena, and they would cupel the molten galena, and they would cupel it at a temperature such that the lead oxidized out and got absorbed into the cupel and left the silver behind. This, of course, was extraordinarily inefficient. It was also probably pretty damn toxic. But it worked because then they could bust down the cupels and somehow reduce them and get the lead back out to do other things with. Well, that led me to, how did they refine gold? It turned out that when it came to electrum, which is the gold-silver alloy that the Romans were very familiar with and absolutely loved, they would reduce it to, nice molten temperatures. They would cupel it, and then they would somehow do what they called granulation and add salt to it in some mysterious way that Bear may or may not be able to explain, but it would cause the silver chloride to come out and it would leave gold behind. So that was an interesting little side rabbit hole, and I was like, oh, cool, and there's pictures of Roman tin mines with Archimedes screws and all kinds of other good stuff going on here. I'm looking at Roman mining and having a great time. And then I ran into the fact that the Romans had invented artificial sweeteners. And I said, what's that? So why would the Romans need artificial sweeteners in a time when there was sweeteners all over the place? Well, it turns out that naturally, being a cook, I knew this, you need a heck of a lot of honey to make something sweet sometimes, or for instance, to preserve fruits. So, it turns out that the Romans, yes, very good, Chris. It turns out that Roman winemakers stumbled on the secret of artificial sweeteners. Because Roman winemakers noticed that if you fermented your wine with plenty of acetic acid and plenty of other things building up in it, in lead-lined containers, your wine came out significantly sweeter. Sugars of lead acetate no less. And it turns out that the Romans used lead acetate, sugars of lead, as a popular food additive in preserving fruits and in all kinds of sweets and in making sweet wines, even sweeteners and everything else. So along with their lead pipes and their powdered lead face makeup and their stibium eye makeup and eye mascara, stibium being, of course, antimony, and, all the other lead, they were eating it. Somebody did some napkin math on some weird website online. They were probably tinfoil hatters. and figured that at the typical stated rate of consumption for Romans of sweet wine per day, your average Roman was probably eating about 20 milligrams of lead a day, every day. And I was like, okay, this does not strike me as being a good idea in the least. And it was funny because the first guy to sound the alarm in Rome was an architect who started saying, we got to stop using lead pipes. Hippocrates sounded the alarm on this a couple of hundred years before the architect, saying, lead kind of causes sterility and causes paralysis and causes people to walk funny. Nobody paid attention to Hippocrates either. So, but I just thought that was a very, very interesting rabbit hole to fall down, because when I looked at what they said about the wine statistics, the amount of lead in your average household amphora of Roman wine was over 10,000 times the amount allowed in our drinking water today. And I was like, okay, so the Roman Empire lasted 400 some odd years. We do know that lead poisoning, or at least the medical effects of lead poisoning, did play a role in the decline of people's health in the late Roman Empire. But they lasted over 400 years. They conquered pretty much the known world. They invented a lot of stuff that had not been around before. And they apparently did all this while wearing poison on their skin and ingesting poison in their food on a daily basis. Which kind of made me wonder, are Romans supermen, or just how extreme are we in our safety margins for certain things? It's not something that I'm going to devote a great deal of time to looking into, but I do intend on falling down a few more Roman mining rabbit holes and finding myself a copy of De Re Metallica and brushing up on it again, since Bear likes to mine things. But I just thought it was really cool. Anyway, bye-bye, everybody.
Okay. And that's what happens when Eva goes looking for something. Send her a copy, Chris. She will.
Does he have a copy of De Re Metallica?
I don't know. He said try reading it. And I
it,
said, well,
yeah.
send her a copy. That'll do. And a whole bunch of thanks are coming in from everybody. And the history of the translation is cool too. It's online, he says.
Cool.
Okay. Anyhow, so there we go. And Kevin, I was wondering, did you receive those plans yet? And if so, if you had a chance to take a look at them. I know Chris got his today and hasn't had much of a chance to look. I'm just looking for a little feedback as to how understandable and everything they are.
He offers free tech support.
And Chris says, thank you, Eva. I enjoy that rabbit hole. I personally like geese better than rabbit, but oh well. So let's see. You have pretty well covered the tunneling.
Yeah.
We have a lot more people here that are in than were there originally. So.
Where? What are you laughing at?
Terry says, I'm sending her my picture. She's not going anywhere, Keith. Besides, I can't keep up with my wife, and Eva is amazing. Anyhow, so let's see.
Y'all can send me crystals. I work for crystals.
So anyhow, just doing a few things. That mystery mine, I got the video out on that. Turned out to be a dud. Everything seemed to work out pretty well in terms of good video, lousy results. Even I went out on a field trip on Saturday, got some samples, got some video. I'll be posting a video sometime soon, either way the samples go. on some of the things we observed in terms of observing mining and geology. The Montana Tech has got preliminary results starting to come in on the electron micrographs and such. We should have the final results either this week or next. And again, I am going to try and get a video of a meeting with them in terms of going over the results, because they, of course, know a great deal more than I do. So we'll see how that works out. But basically, the reason the gold is floating all over the place is because the gold is so freaking small it can't settle. 80% of it is less than 6.8 microns across. To give you an idea, that's about 2,000 mesh or a little smaller. Okay? And so we do have some ideas on how to work that ore now. It certainly eliminated a couple of ideas pretty darn quickly. And I'm very pleased with the amount of information we're getting from that test sequence, even though it is just a shade over $1,000. So that's a lot of money, but we seem to be getting quite a bit from it. So we'll see how that goes. And it may turn out to be kind of a standard tertiary test. You know, first you go out, you just probably take some samples, get some idea. Then you go in and get a much better idea if it passes test one.
Right.
And once you've got some, you know, some decent samples, if it doesn't just immediately gravity separate, send it off and get that done. It'll save a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah, Ethan, it is Montana B.
Yeah, that's the Montana B ore, exactly. And we may be able to get a good concentration on it, because the gold is primarily or almost exclusively in the iron oxides. And magnetite, of course, is very easy to separate. And Coulter at Mining Magnets is working on a method using magnets to extract hematite. And if we can do that, then if we can extract the hematite and the magnetite, we've pretty much got it covered. The limonite, I don't think, is going to be magnetic in any way. When you say it floats all right, does that mean the iron oxide, Chris, or the gold?
Once it's at liberation.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Yeah, it just keeps moving.
Wow, that looks pretty good. Okay, interesting, Gene. We'll see what we can go look at when we can go look at it, which shouldn't be too long now. Anyhow,
Maybe we can meet us out there.
that's a good suggestion. But anyhow, if we can get it concentrated, then of course we'll have something a lot richer than the original ore. And also, the original ore has a lot of dolomite, which if we were trying to use an acid leaching solution would consume a lot of acid. For example, I think thiourea operates at a pH of about 4 or something like that. Yep. As I say, we're gonna play some games, and when I talk to the people at Montana Tech, they of course have a lot of knowledge and a lot of equipment. So we may have them do some magnetic separations or something and see what they get. I haven't decided where we go from here because we're not even here yet because we're waiting for the report. But if we can get a magnetic separation, then we should be able to tank leach it successfully. There's just a whole variety of leaching solutions that can be used. Iron oxide is pretty inert, so it shouldn't cause too much problems with that. And then just getting it out of the solution, either directly electroplate it or precipitate it, one way or the other. again, should not be a big problem. So we shall see what we shall see, but we are definitely making progress. And I'm going to also have to do another survey on Montana Bee. I lost some of the information, and I want to get better precision anyhow, since now we're trying to determine the whether or not there's an ore body there. So we're going to be having to take some pretty tight spacing samples and stuff like that, try and infer some stuff. So that will also create some interesting videos. And the complexity, we do think there may be two separate ore bodies there. The perpendicular vein and the pack rat vein may be entirely separate events. Both of them have a lot of iron, but the pack rat vein has even more, and it seems to have some magnetite in it. So we're going to be trying some metal detecting work on that, see if we can find it there. And also, we may try and do a little dowsing out there and see what happens. So we're going to have some fun. We got some a lot of fun stuff coming up here. I'm looking forward to this summer. I've also got some claims to stake, so I'll have some videos on that. And I'm planning on doing some research in Madison County there around Jimmy. See if we can't come up with something for him as an exercise, if nothing else. And if I do that, then we'll also have video on that once he has a chance to claim it if he wants it. And so we're looking for a real fun summer, and that doesn't even count if some of these other targets actually have some pretty interesting stuff. Gene, for example, has been texting me.
Yeah, that's what the
ringy dingies about some of the possibilities in this area here, and we can definitely look at something like that too, because Montana Bee is a little bit complicated. If there's something easier, we might want to do that first. We shall just see. Let's see.
There's some different. Keith has some ideas on what they can do with leeches.
That's very glycine, huh? Okay, let me write that one down. That's one I've never heard of. I would think that thiourea is probably cheaper.
Probably.
Yeah, cyanide is not going to happen in this state due to regulations. The environmentalists got the people to vote on. So, there's just a lot of ways. Sell heavies to a refinery, that's a possibility.
Yeah, that could happen.
So anyhow, we got a lot of different things to do. We're having a lot of fun, and I'm working on the local guy here. As soon as he gets the price on that tempered plate, he should give us some prices, and we'll go from there. So Jimmy, if you're watching, I am still working on it, and I think you wanted one too, right?
I'm really thinking about it. So once we get some prices on cutting all the steel.
Yeah, well, I say if it's reasonable, what we'll probably do is cut the pieces for two, and then we can build one for Jimmy for sale.
Yep.
And if you just paid materials on yours,
Yep.
then we'll do that for fun and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Coca-Cola could probably leach gold. Well, you know what? There was a movie called Signs with who's that guy? Mel Gibson. And he was like a conspiracy theorist, and he believed, Coca-Cola was running the world and stuff. And it was a really badly done science fiction story, but it was just so funny with the Coca-Cola, and that would fit very well in with that thing. The funny thing was, it was about aliens invading the planet, and they didn't realize that water would hurt them, which is like stupid because to navigate across interstellar space, you should be able to pick up the spectral signature of water pretty easily. And I thought that was just stupid. But on the other hand, if it had been Coca-Cola that was the thing that would kill the aliens, then it would have been completely hilarious. Because his whole conspiracy theory about Coke rules the world. No, Coke saves the world. But you see, that would have made some sense too. But it's Hollywood.
Keith ran an ether cable in here today, so this is like, hopefully this solved the problem.
Well, we've also got the webcam working on the new computer, and the new computer is running right now, so it has higher speed. Notice the different quality in the monitors there too.
Yeah.
This has a much more lifelike color than that one, I believe.
Yeah. So
it's more lifelike. I think that's great. But anyhow, so we've done all that. Anyone got any questions at this point? So I'm throwing it out into the crowd there. Any questions that you'd like answered or addressed? Audio is crap. It's quite buzzy, huh? Okay, we'll see about getting an external microphone there.
Yeah.
Audio problem. Then it's perfect, and then it's perfect too. Okay, we need to get a mic.
Terry.
Okay, so
I was going to get you one this week, and I went looking for one here in town, and I couldn't come up with it. Unless I wanted to spend a lot of money.
Oh, by the way, I want to thank you again for that. Printer is coming in very handy, and it's not only in terms of making the plans, but also in my research, where to look at and everything. I can now print out. I can program in the points I'm looking for, like a mine, corners of patented land, things like that, and put markers on it from Google Earth, and then print out the satellite from Google Earth, and it really makes it nice, because I have not only a map, but then I also have the photograph with everything on it. Makes it really, really nice. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Just let me know how understandable and clear and everything they are. You get it. Good. Did you run a metal detector on your in-feed or the output conveyor to catch gold and quartz, Jim?
No, I didn't. What we were doing is all the wash draw coming off the trommel, we would spread it out every night and metal detect it though. Because we did have a time period where we were getting a lot of gold that was pushing the parameters of the setup on the wash plant, the screening, and that was making me really, really nervous. So I just got to a point redundantly, we'd take the wash rock every night, laid it out, dozer it out if we had to, and we'd metal detect it. That was the last thing we'd do at night before we completely shut down. Is the chance that you would have, some bigger nuggets that made it through the wash plant, kind of kept you on edge.
Kept it from sleeping?
Yeah. I mean, you start redundantly checking everything, which is a good thing to do anyway when you're, washing gravels and stuff, is check your equipment constantly. But we just felt if there was a 3-ounce nugget, there was no way it was going to go through the screen, so it would be out in the rock pile.
There you go, found one.
Yeah, him and I had talked about that, and I was doing the same thing.
10.7 gram, that's pretty good.
That's a nice nugget. It was a nice nugget. Yeah. But, that could happen, and especially I've seen this on a lot of sites that they're running, a 1/2 inch or a 3/8 screen on their wash plant. And I'm like, well, if you get into big gold, the only way you're going to know that is by running a metal detector on your wash rock pile, because that size of a screen is too tight for anything. Like even a good, nice 1/4 ounce nugget is going to be in the wash rock pile. It's not coming down the sluice box. It's too tight of a screen.
And that's undesirable.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, they had drainages in Alaska that guys did that. They mined for miles and never knew it, but the drainage, all the gold was big, it wasn't small. So what they were actually catching in their sluice boxes was just a small,
was a
small stuff.
minority,
Right,
yeah.
it was a small percentage of what was actually in the drainage.
This all goes to show you, assume nothing, verify everything.
Yes, assume nothing. If you think you know what you're doing, you're wrong.
Hey,
Because-
speak for yourself.
Well, I mean, if you're not redundantly testing and being able to, test it again, and either prove it or disprove it, you're not checking enough.
Don't trust yourself.
No, don't think, oh, I'm getting most of it, or this is, really going good, because yeah, double stream trommel. I mean, theoretically, in a sluice box, you can run up to 1.5 inch rock without an issue, as long as you've got the water to maintain the sluice box. You get above that, you're going to start knocking gold out, and ideally, to be in that 1 inch minus size goes through a sluice really, really nice without a big effect on losses. But if you start getting, 1 ounce gold, even in a big piece of bar type, a finger of gold, a 1 ounce nugget of gold, a 1 inch hole, it may not go through. So if if you're in the upper end of a drainage or an area that has big gold, even sizing at 1 inch in your wash plant might not be enough.
Okay, Argonaut. The discovery point is where you actually found whatever it was that indicated to you that it could make a valid claim. It doesn't necessarily have any specific connection to the four corners, although it has to be inside them, of course. But if you had a claim, like, for whatever reason, this would be the appropriate way to lay out your claim, and you find something here, let's say this is north, south, east, west, and you found something that goes this direction here, well, and say it's a hillside that's dropping off and it's a flat lying vein or whatever, so there's nothing down here because that's below the vein, then you can stake this corner and go that way without a problem.
Well, if it was going uphill, wouldn't you want to take the other corner in
The Discovery Monument.
yeah, I'm saying add the discovery because it would be the apex rule.
No, because the discovery goes where you discovered something. Once you've claimed it, the entire claim establishes the apex
Okay.
rule on that claim.
Well, in the apex rule, like as far as here, once you're underground, if you're chasing a specific vein, provided there isn't a patent to stop you 3 miles down, into that thing, with the apex, you can follow that vein as far as you can mine it on one claim.
Now, what if it's a flat line vein, like that one there in Mystery Mine A, in Mystery Mine 1? That was like as flat as can be. There is no apex in the normal sense. You have an outcrop, but not an
Yeah, but,
apex, so
okay,
you're not going down
No,
there.
so you go sideways into it or whichever way you're chasing it. But you can, under the apex law, as long as you claim, where you started, you can follow that. If it goes 3 miles into the mountain,
You can go down dip.
you can follow it along under too.
I don't believe you could. Let's say it's shallower than the mountainside that goes up.
That
I
could
don't
be-
think you can take it past the point of the claim
Well, if you have a tunnel
Okay,
claim and
that could.
you're active with
Yeah.
tunneling,
because
the tunnel
it's
claim-
called the apex rule, not the outcrop rule. It goes down dip. It doesn't go along strike, right? So basically, I say if you had perfectly flat where there is no dip, not a shallow dip, but
Yeah.
no dip, I think that could be a problem.
That
But
would
most
be-
veins
that would be one to bring.
are not perfectly flat.
There,
Yeah,
wouldn't that be the case where you'd actually want to file a tunnel claim? Because
No.
if you've got an active tunnel, you can go 3,000 feet.
well, no, because you have to be tunneling to find something.
Where a tunneling claim is like an exploration.
Yeah.
it's a different whole thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mill site. It's associated with something. It's not an actual mine itself. Yeah, I would think that as long as you had any kind of dip, or something you could reasonably argue was a dip, you could get an apex over it. It was perfectly flat. I think you would only get what is inside the boundary of your claim. That's, I think, how it would work out. And say, now if you got any kind of dip, then yeah, you can keep following it down dip like forever. One of the things that has happened in the past is what happens if there's a vein over here and a vein over here. And somebody claims this, valid claim. Somebody claims this, valid claim. And then they find out the vein goes like this.
Right.
Then it gets complicated and lawyers get involved and judges and stuff like decide exactly where the hell.
Well, they could hold you to your claim boundary possibly.
Yeah, there's things like that have happened.
Normally, I mean, if you really are onto something and have the opportunity to put more than one claim in, if it looks like it's going to lead to something, try to put enough, claims around you as a buffer zone.
Yeah, if nothing else, it keeps people from encroaching
Well,
on
and
your elbow room too.
Let's just say as a prospector, you're going to go out and you do find something that, start the assays look good, you're starting to move on that. A mining company or a junior miner coming in to maybe lease or buy that property from you, their first question is, how much property do you have tied up?
Yep.
Because ideally, they want to see that buffer zone or future area for drilling, testing, maybe making a bigger project out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like the guys we've been dealing with lately, I mean, they would love to see 50 claims. Well, that's 1,000 acres of ground.
Yeah,
so that's kind of out of some of our, in reality, says that's going to cost a lot of money, and then a lot of money every year to keep those up, unless they come in and lease it right away and write you a big check. But they want to see a buffer zone. So if you do find a claim, yeah, $12,000 later.
Yep.
Which, I mean, if it works out good, that 12,000 becomes a minor number, but you have to have the money to play with too. Oh yeah, Chris, or they're going to move in if you haven't written your contract right, they're going to move in and put more claims in around you and basically force you to sell out because you have got not enough to mine on your 20-acre claim. So that's a position you don't want to put yourself in, ideally, if you really feel you have something.
Well, it also depends on what it is you feel you have. For example, the place that Eve and I were at last Saturday, it was broken up bedrock where the cracks had been injected, but it wasn't a vein. And so it would be plausible to think any broken bedrock in that area has got mineralization at a lower grade, possible, since the historical record showed the mine with an ounce to the ton.
Mm-hmm.
It would not be unusual to find 500ths or something like that everywhere.
Yeah, a precious zone actually could even be richer.
Yeah,
in some area parts of it.
And so that spot there to me looked like a perfect place to stake an area of claims with the assumption that this might be a much wider low-grade deposit.
Well, you have to walk it, you have to look at it, you have to start to learn about it, like we're talking about. And if that potential looks like it's there to maybe lease this or sell it to a bigger mining company, or to even get funding, they want to see a project of a big enough size that it's worth their time to come in there.
Absolutely.
Even
a small mining company,
right?
Real mining company.
Even a small junior mining company wants to see the possibility of future.
And it's not a parody, people.
So.
Okay.
Chris, I'm dealing with all of that and then some. Multiple geologists running economic numbers, the lawyer And yeah, and you want a lawyer who understands mining and mining contracts, so that kind of limits who that's going to be. And in some cases, let the geologist contact the mining company and explain, but yes, under NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and you have to play, everything in the right order before you start contacting mining companies, or they'll move right in over the top of you.
Yeah, and especially if you have done anything even slightly wrong with your claims, the BLM doesn't really care.
No, they'll take your money.
They'll take your money, they'll fire you.
Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean you did it right.
If you've made a mistake, it's not a big glaring mistake, then a mining company comes in and wants that property, they'll look and they go, oh, this claim is invalid. And that claim's invalid.
So
And
they'll
this claim's
stay.
invalid. And that gives it to them free.
Yep.
And so you can't trust them. Their basic philosophy is whatever the market will bear. They work in a cutthroat business, and if you're going to work in a cutthroat business, you better be a cutthroat. So,
Yeah. They don't like to invest so much in property as they do into more geology, more drilling. They'd rather put the money into the possibility of getting it back more so than the property.
yeah, they just,
So if you don't have everything done correctly on the property, they'll steamroll right over the top of you.
they'd rather spend $10 on exploration than $1 in rent if they can avoid it.
Exactly. Even though, that lease could be a very small number for the money that they could bring into a project, they'd rather not spend it.
Mm-hmm.
They'd rather spend it on the drilling or the geologists.
Well, and especially on something where they're going to be looking at maybe a percentage or something,
Right.
which could wind up to be a big number sometime in the future.
Yeah.
So let's say you look at these things and you got to figure out, what it is that might be the potential, where might the potential be, how do you lock up that potential successfully? In the case of Montana B, I don't see any expectation whatsoever of a disseminated deposit because you've got, at least not unless it's a depth, because you've got a lot of hard quartzite. It's not porous. It's just not going to take juice from solution. You can get veins in cracks and fissures and things like that, but you're not going to get the kind of dissemination where I looked on Saturday. That bedrock where I was looking was broken all to beat heck, very similar to what we saw over at I Break for Bedrock, and except I could actually see in the mine down 20, 30 feet, so I could see it's broken all the way down in there. And that would lead you to believe that it's entirely possible you've got a disseminated deposit also. So these are the things you have to weigh and go from there. But it would really, really annoy you to stake a claim and then wind up with a big mining company taking it all around you and making a giant crap load of money when you don't get much.
Right. You'd rather be the finder of the area and get as many claims in on it before you attempt to take that any further.
Now, one of our viewers has a part interest in the claim that is in an area and had some potential, and they have been completely surrounded by dozens and dozens and dozens of claims by
and
the big
that's-
company.
And like you brought up earlier, BLM's busy because there's twice the filings. Well, that's, something that happens is once you file a claim in an area and somebody sees it, or a few claims, suddenly they'll swoop in all the way around you, whether there's anything to claim or not. As far as mineralization, they'll just move in around you because there might be a chance that you'll buy those claims from them because you need them.
Yeah.
So, there's kind of a periphery of things that can happen that if you're not you know, if it's something that looks good or a mine that starts showing promise, cover the area around you if you can.
Well, and you get some weird things that happen in history, like when they found diamonds up there in the Northwest Territories of Canada, they opened up an area to basically claiming for diamonds at a, this is what I heard, I didn't read it in detail, but at like 10 o'clock in the morning, this area is open. Now, I've actually seen that happen in Arizona with some stuff. They ended the withdrawal for military purposes. But anyhow, and the story was that they had helicopters with claim stakes and GPS, and they're literally flying along. The guys are dropping the grain stakes where they stick in the ground,
stick in the mud, in the muskeg,
and just ting, 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 and then get over to the county courthouse and file the claims and everything. Actually, I think they have someone at the county courthouse. So, like, as soon as the claim stake hits the ground, this guy's filing the paperwork. But yeah.
Well, Stephen, you can do that. You know, online staking. You can't, here you can file the claim, but until those corners and everything, and then you're to the county courthouse, it's not a valid claim.
Well, and the thing is,
So
first,
if somebody puts a notice on that piece of property before you,
yeah,
you're still out.
in this state, first, you have to have a discovery. Now, in my case, this discovery can be, for example, I've done research, that mine had this much historical stuff. That would count as a discovery. But you have to file a notice of location.
Yep.
That goes on the discovery monument,
On the site.
and it stays in the discovery monument.
Uh-huh.
Then you have, I think it's 60 days to file at the county courthouse the certificate of location.
Yep.
Separate document, has more information on it,
Right.
and then you have 90 days from the time you located the claim, you put the discovery monument in, to get it to the BLM.
Yep, and file.
And that's the sequence. You can't just go to BLM and file a claim. That is completely illegitimate. And in this case, provably illegitimate because you haven't recorded it at the county recorder's office.
Or on the site.
The site, you could play
Well,
games
right,
with that a little
yeah,
bit.
you can,
Somebody
but-
stole the
yeah,
stake.
right, whatever.
But when you're sitting there having to file a recorded document, and that's the thing too, BLM wants a copy of the recorded document. You got to go to the recorder's office, record the document, then make a copy and send it to BLM. So if you just file the claim electronically with BLM without recording it, it's easily provable you didn't follow the procedure. You didn't record it first.
Yeah, Jeff, that's how you find a strike length is you follow it from, you know, if it'll follow like that, there's a lot of things maybe within that line over the next 6, 7, 8 miles, you might be able to find some really interesting things within that strike.
Okay, let's see. Northwest on the same line are prospects on the west side of the next creek.
Yep.
And over another ridge on the west side is another old mine. That's
Yep.
further northwest. Are they all on the same vein? They could very easily
They
be.
could be. You could have a strike length that actually I've got some lines
It happens
laid
all
out.
the time.
I've got some lines laid out over here that I've got a strike length on that one that's probably somewhere in the vicinity of 30 straight miles. That, you know, it varies a little range to range when you go onto the next mountain, but you can almost pinpoint the old mines that I've discovered and followed to put this together. And it's taken me a long time to do because it's a lot of country hiking. But, you know, I've done it during hunting season, and then throughout the season I do it different drainages. But I've laid out a strike length that's actually pretty intense.
Okay. And this is going to be our simulated vein here. This is its orientation in real life, but I can also do a top view. Okay. Let's suppose, looking down from the top, here's this vein, and you have a claim here and a claim here. Okay. Now, each one of those are valid claims on this vein. Neither one has the right to take the vein from the other claim. If you look at it this way, the boundary between the veins goes vertically down along what's known as the dip. Okay, this, if you were to take a bowling ball and there was no hanging wall here and just roll it down, that's the dip. And so if it was like this, then the dip would be this direction. Okay, and say it's a hillside there, this would be the direction of this person owns this side, that person owns that side, but both of them own that part of the vein all the way till it disappears to the center of the earth, whichever comes first. That's how the law works. That's called the apex rule. Whoever owns the apex can go down along the lode to any depth, and it's still his lode. But it's defined by vertical, the what they call the dip. If you're a skier, it's the line of fall. You know, what's the most downhill you can get? And so that's how they determine who owns what when multiple claims are on the same vein. Absolutely. We're that place we were looking at on Saturday has exactly that thing. There's patented ground that ends, and then it's BLM land. The structure didn't end at the end of the patented claims. That's our theory. So we shall see when we get out there and when we get our assays back and stuff. But I mean, that's our basic plan, is this structure goes for quite a ways. And while the patented claim we can't touch, as soon as it gets off that, then we can touch it. Then we can claim it.
Jeff, and I'm following that strike length, going over hill and dale, following it. If you can see faulting that would go in opposite direction anywhere in any of those drainages, that literally is putting an X on the map that you want to look for major mineralization. If there's structures that cross it, it could get really interesting when you can lay out that strike length like that and basically follow it with a compass or your GPS and go right, just keep following it, drainage after drainage. What you want to find is things where the rock types change at an opposite angle to it possibly, and it may be a good spot to dig a hole with a shovel that nobody ever did. And it might be interesting what you see when you get those changes.
Now, Chris, you're absolutely correct. But if here's the vein, and it's near vertical, and that's good too. Here's the end of the patented claim. On my side of this, out here it heads out into BLM land. So at that point there, we can claim past it. And it's not a bad idea when you're doing something like this, if you were to actually try mining that, to make sure you don't actually creep up right to the line. Leave a 50-foot buffer zone or something, so they can't claim that you're actually encroaching.
Theirs, right?
Yeah. And
along strike versus
and I'm sure that with a good surveyor and a precise survey of the boundary line and this and that, you could get pretty close within a couple feet. But they say the whole situation is one of those things that you just have to be careful. I can't see how they'd have any mineral rights on BLM land if there's no claims whatsoever.
Yeah, Argonaut in Montana, aggregate, and that is state taxable, per ton or by weight. Minerals like gold or silver, there isn't anything there yet. There hasn't historically been here in Montana.
Okay, Chris, I'll get you in on that in a bit. Okay, we can look at that. I know what you're talking about now because you helped me out with that. But let me just go over here. Go ahead and keep talking there.
Well,
Jim,
like in that case, when you have a 20-acre patent and a 160-acre mineral estate, that's why you have to do your homework on areas, because And that actually should show up, that mineral estate should show up even with BLM. If they've already claimed the mineral rights around the patent, it should show up here, here.
Okay. Glasses. I have glasses. There we go.
I would have to see that, Chris, because most of the time you can't put a claim on somebody else's mineral rights. So that mineral right issue would have to show up at BLM. If they did have them claimed, in historically. Yeah, well, okay, on railroad land, I would agree with you on that because they didn't sell all the mineral rights with land. That's true.
I don't see anything except for the total acreage that's listed on everything else. There's no secondary annotations there. I agree that you could probably check that out. I think we're pretty safe on that one.
Before mining anything, even if it's on private land, you want to make sure that the owner has the mineral rights.
Yeah. I say we can look at the mineral survey. Actually, this particular plot has about 5 original claims in it, all combined into one. Yeah. Patented claims that were all combined into one plot of land. But as it looks to me like the high-grade mineralization was not believed to extend past that particular point, and it also looks like there was probably some other claims there which delineated the edge of the patented claim, just because there's indications that would let me know that they should have claimed it. If that there should have been patent on this if it was available at the time, which was not, which would lead me to believe it was not. When you have a strip 266 feet wide, that tells me that somebody was encroaching, that they couldn't go 600 feet. There was another claim there. Otherwise, it would be 600 feet wide. That's what they would do. Yep. Yep. So, we can discuss that later when we, probably in a couple of weeks, when we figure out what we want to do with this one, Chris. But, yeah, it doesn't hurt to check. But like that last one we did, I mean, the patented load was the patented load. And I think that's what we got here. I can, we can definitely look it up, but I haven't gotten to that point yet. I just use the Montana Cadastral in general because it's very easy. It shows you the boundaries. You click on it, tells you who owns it, what it is, what it's called. And I say when it's multiple loads, it'll say the X load, the Y load, the Z load, right there. How many acres, the whole 9 yards. I said you could take a look, but I can't imagine why the patent would not extend. Why the mineral rights would extend past the edge of the patent. That would seem very odd in areas that were completely covered by claims. So I say we shall see. We'll discuss that offline later. As you can see, folks, it can get pretty complicated. But so I'm pretty confident in this one that such a situation doesn't exist. It's more common for someone to own the surface rights without the mineral rights than it is to own the mineral rights and no surface rights. Government land that doesn't own the surface rights is quite odd. Because the only way you can get the mineral rights from the government is to claim it, which gives you the surface rights. So,
well, that's what we're trying to do is, Argonaut is help you guys as much as we can. The more questions you can bring to us, the more we can try to help fill in. And Chris Georgie, of course, is helping immensely. He's a smart guy and understands this too.
Yeah, he's pretty sharp, and he's done a lot of research.
Yep. And so it all, we're all helping each other is really what this is about.
That's what, yeah.
You know,
There was a gentleman today from, I think it was Australia. Not sure. And let's see. Yeah, he's from Australia. And he had some questions about a claim, and said he's looking at potentially acquiring the rights to it's got a half ounce to the ton, and what kind of equipment would he need to get the gold out and stuff. And I'm kind of walking it through the process there, but basically it's impossible to give a generic, this is what you need to get the gold out of the rock,
without having
analysis from just it's this rich or whatever, especially with hard rock, but even with placer, I assume you have to know the size of the gold particles, the matrix.
And that's why I brought up, you don't go buy equipment and then decide on a claim. You find the claim or find the ground and tailor the equipment to the process that you need to do. You can overcomplicate some things too. I mean, if a simple process will take the gold out of the gravels in a placer, you only need to go that far. If it's something more complicated, or a lot of clay, or there's things that factor in, then the wash plant really needs to be tailored to the material you're working with.
Well, and say in hard rock it gets even worse because the matrix, the chemistry, the size of the gold, as in Montana B, drives me nuts. Sort of thing is really, really critical. This gentleman asked me to look at a system that is being marketed by Mount Baker.
Mm-hmm.
Not the big one. They've got a smaller one now, where they've got a jaw crusher dropping directly into an impact mill, dropping directly onto a smaller table than the big one they have. And it's a really nice looking system. And it looked like it would be quite effective on some ore.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's a Montana B, that wouldn't touch it.
Right. No, right. You have to understand, you have to do enough testing on the rock, or in the case of a placer, and like Chris, you're right. You need a set of screens, start sizing the material and figure out, the particle sizes of the gold and the material you're working with. What's it take to get the gold out of that material? And the same thing in the hard rock, like Keith says, is until you can understand what you need to dissect it to get the gold or whatever mineral out, you can't just go buy generic equipment necessarily.
Now, I want to mention something else too about Mount Baker there. Again, I've never done anything with them, used any of their equipment or seen it, but the one thing that I think it's Jason.
Yeah, Jason.
He says, send us a sample of your material, we'll process it, and then send the fractions back to you. Now, that is good technique. It's good engineering. Yeah. I think it's good business too. But that's exactly what it is. He didn't mention a price. I don't know if there's a price involved or not. Can't tell you.
Probably not if you're going to maybe buy equipment from him.
Yeah. So it seems to me like, they're honest, sincere people. I haven't gotten any red flags, in my head, listening to or watching or dealing with them. I have communicated with them a couple times about something. But the basic technique, even this guy who's trying to sell equipment, and this is why I have respect for that. It's like, send us a sample of your ore, we'll test it and then send you back, because he implicitly is understanding our equipment may not work very well. If it would work on everything, or they were promoting it as working on everything, why would they worry about you sending a sample? and that's just the way it is. No matter how good the equipment, this may not be something to do. You know, there's a lot of tools in the toolbox. A 9/16 wrench doesn't work on a 1/2 inch nut. You know, that doesn't mean it's a bad 9/16 wrench. It just means that's a 1/2 inch nut. So those are window blinds behind me there, Stephen. And
Patrick, did you guys buy some equipment from those guys up there? A damaged table and they replaced it? Well, that'd be pretty cool.
okay,
I talked to them because I was really kind of interested in their like 2 ton an hour, you know, unit. And I kind of went back and forth for a while.
Take care,
with them
David.
on that. Because around here, there's nobody that could do a small bulk test. And to have a nice set of equipment like that to do some bulk testing would be pretty beneficial.
yeah, Patrick, I've dealt with people enough in this business. I can usually pick up if they're, you know, charlatans or if they're rapacious, etc. And none of those things are hitting with Mount Baker. They seem to make stout equipment, you know, looks well engineered and designed for a lot of work. But again, I haven't really, you know, used it or tested it myself. If I'm in the area, I will definitely stop by there.
We'll see you, David.
A cheap shaker table. I don't know what the Mount Baker one is. The smallest, least expensive one I know is the RP4.
Like I've got.
Yeah, from Global Mining Solutions. And that one's still like about 3,000, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, about
Somewhere
3,000.
around there, 3,200.
And
That's the problem with tables is they're not cheap.
yeah, it's one of those deals where there's a lot involved in a table, and you're going to build all that stuff and then try and make a profit and stuff. You know, they typically will charge you 2 to 3 times what it costs them to put it together. And Mount Baker is pricey. It isn't the cheapest. I will agree with you, but it looks to me like they're making production equipment, not prospecting equipment. And that is a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I think that 2x4, that's a little bit bigger than an RP4, I think. But, you know, 8,900, yeah, that's kind of crazy. But again, if it's good
works,
and you're going to run a lot of stuff on it, yeah.
If it works and you've got the values to recover, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Like my pressure cleaner.
Well, certain tools are worth the money.
Well, that's the thing.
You know.
I mean, we have an all-American 921 pressure cleaner.
Mhm.
The bugger is practically older than my kids. We've replaced 1 gauge and 2 jiggler weights. No gas.
One because we lost it.
Oh, no. Yeah, 1 because we lost it. That's the thing. When you're looking at equipment like this, first of all, you need to make sure, like these guys have said, that it's the actual equipment you need for your ore.
Right.
I like the fact that Mount Baker says, send us your ore and we'll see how it works.
Yeah, you
And
should
that's
do.
not-
Anybody should do that. You know.
Anybody should, but a lot of people don't.
Well, no, I've been in some sites where they
But
got
the other
sold
thing
a
is-
ton of good stuff, but it didn't work.
A good craftsman cries when he buys his tools. A poor craftsman buys when he breaks his tools. Cries when he breaks his tools.
Or uses it.
Sometimes you have to spend a lot more than you would think is reasonable.
Okay. Stephen B., but sure as shit works based on the videos. Yes, you have to be careful because, again, that is ore that does work on that. When I was looking at his demo of this latest thing that the gentleman from Australia sent me, I'm looking at the gold going, well, that's a lot coarser than the stuff I was getting out of, what's his name, Ryan's. Now, And that makes a huge difference when you're talking, 50 mesh versus 200 mesh. It's a big difference.
Yep.
So it may just have been what was in the ore. They may have selected that ore just because it showed it real well. I don't know. But you do have to test it no matter what, no matter how good it is, no matter how reliable. Yeah, that's, you have to prove it against your material. They're willing to do that, which is good. And a product with a good brand name has resale value? Absolutely. If you sell a Stephen Beef, or a Chris Georgie shaker table, you're probably not going to get a good price as a Mount Baker shaking table. I would agree with that.
You're right, Chris. No, it needs to be customized to what you're doing, or at least fit to what you're doing, not necessarily totally custom. An off-the-shelf table, like from them, might work fine for your ore. Same with the sluice runs. You're exactly right. Sluice boxes, depending on the amount of water you have and the size of the material you have to run for the particle size of the gold, there's a lot of variation there. So just buying something that's cheap might not do you any good. It may have more losses than gains.
Well, I'm also wondering on tables, how much of it is customization and how much of it is adjustment.
Well, part of it's adjustment, but if the liberation per se isn't there, you're not going to have recovery necessarily either.
Well, I mean that's in your grinding circuit.
Right. But if it isn't figured out before you buy equipment, it isn't going to work.
Yeah, no.
So you don't buy equipment and then go gold mining. That's exactly backwards.
So the one thing that RC46 has done very well for the sampling.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't pulverize it enough to really get good recoveries.
Right.
But it pulverizes it enough to give me good statistics.
Right.
And that's a good thing. Yeah, that's a reasonable way of looking at it. Let's see, Jeff Harvey, video on top. Of any plaster operations that run mats instead of expanded metal over carpet?
Ethan, I've been playing with some Gold Hog mat in a 1 foot cleanup box that I've got. And it took a little while to dial it in for water flow and things like that. But once we did, I was happy with the recoveries. I mean, in a big operation, I would still be, my tendency would be to go to carpet and miner's moss and stick with the, angle iron riffles or expanded metal. Excuse me.
Hey, Lincoln. I like this one. Gene said one of the best dredging days I ever had was running another guy's tailings. This box made me a lot of money. Yep. Well, that's what happens too when you don't test. When you assume that things are running well and you don't verify that, then you wind up making another guy money. Absolutely.
Well, and I brought that up. I think it was last week. Just because you've got gold in the top foot of your sluice box doesn't mean you're catching all the gold.
Ethan wants to know, have you experimented with green mat at all?
No, I haven't. It's more of a, I don't know. I've been watching these guys' videos. It looks interesting.
Argonaut, it would all depend on your ore. If an RP4 would do it, that would be fine. If a sluice will do it, that would be fine. It would be a lot finer than an RP4 in terms of money.
See, I went to an RP4 table because when we got to the final cleanup stuff, the RP4 table has the reverse magnets under it that throw the magnetite and even some of the hematite into the water stream and get them off. So the separation of the really fine gold, the table made a huge difference. We were running some gold wheels and stuff, and it was just taking forever. I mean, it was a long babysitting job. and we were rerunning material and still getting gold out of it. And it wasn't fun, and it was extremely time consuming. And the RP4 table, it not only was quick and effective, it did a really good job.
Patrick Jones said, my business partner bought an $8,000 centrifuge. He was told by the manufacturer it would catch the fine gold, and it does not. The fine gold shows right away on the Mount Baker table. Chris suggests that was probably a misconfiguration of the centrifuge, which may be true, but if it's too complicated to use well, then it's useless.
Right.
You know? So either they didn't train him properly, or it's too tricky, or something like that. And
the slurry was too heavy, or they're forcing it too fast through the centrifuge. You know, there's a lot that could enter into that.
Or as Chris is saying, it should catch a greater portion of the gold, just not nearly as clean. So maybe that's what they were trying. They were trying to get a clean concentrate, and it wasn't. In order to get a clean concentrate, you got to throw away a lot of gold too.
Well,
but again, that's poor training.
I even know guys that ran concentrators, though, that still went to a table with that final concentrate. So it wasn't clean. The table was where they were cleaning it.
Okay, Chris seems to think that the green mat works really well for certain stuff that other devices will miss. Again, test.
Right?
If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And it doesn't matter how well it works on something else. That's the key, is don't worry about how it works on something else. Only worry about how it works on your material, because your material is the only stuff you've got to worry about. You know?
Well, what did I say a week ago, Keith? A 0.04 inch piece of gold, which was like, what, 2 millimeters?
No, it's much smaller than
1 millimeter, maybe 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter, which is pretty fine gold, but it can travel in a sluice box slurry before it'll come out of separation as much as 16 feet. Well, if all your gold is in a very, very small size, a 4-foot sluice box or a 4-foot high banker isn't even going to see it. If you're feeding a consistent amount of feed to the machine, you know, through the water flow.
Well, that's where you got to test for tailings.
Yeah, and that's why when you watch the gold shows where they're running, 100 yards an hour, that they're running 30-foot sluice boxes, because in order to get that slurry and concentration to go into separation, it can take 20 feet, 24 feet. And some of the tests that were done in the Yukon, and I actually have that report, they irradiated some gold. So they had a nuclear print that they could follow to find the gold back. And they tried it in different styles of sluice boxes. Probably one of the best research papers I've ever read. And you have to sit and understand it, but in a single run sluice box, I mean, they had losses as high as 50% on some of these sluice boxes that shouldn't have had that kind of losses, based on water flow, angle, and the kind of riffles and things it was. But when you get to the really, really fine gold, when you're mining big time, you don't want to lose any gold if you can help it. I mean, ideally, you want your recovery somewhere between 92 and 98%, or whatever's coming through that wash plant and down those sluice boxes. You'd prefer that it sticks in a sluice box.
Yeah, a sluice is the cheapest way to get gold.
Gravity separate, yes, definitely.
Is there anything cheaper than that in any kind of separation?
Probably not. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, it is.
No, not when you get to when you start grinding rock and grinding it again, and that all every dollar counts.
Yeah, sluices are amazingly cheap and simple, and if properly applied, very effective.
Yeah.
On the other hand, they simply don't do certain things. When you start getting fine gold, what I call fine gold, you're out of luck. Yeah. Maybe some guys have more fun building the mining. Maybe people have more fun selling equipment than caring whether or not it works.
Well, building and selling equipment's a 12-month operation if you're in the North Country. mining is a 150-day season. So you'll find that definitely some miners graduate toward building and selling equipment because it's isn't seasonal necessarily. Well, yeah, Gene, grizzlies definitely, but there should be a combination of, 1-inch riffles and then opening up the sluice by 1/3, going to expanded metal to drop the speed of the water and to let that fine gold have a chance to settle out. But length plays a big part in it. Well, Terry, the bigger the gold, the easier it is to catch. But depending on the viscosity of the material running down the sluice box, or let's just say the gold has a little piece of quartz attached to it, that changes the weight of the gold and how it reacts with the slurry in the water. I noticed in one of my boxes, 18 feet down the box, and this happened multiple times, we would have specimen type gold that had quartz and rock, maybe half and half, or maybe more rock than gold. The specimens would travel a long ways down the box before they finally hung up, come out of slurry, come out of suspension.
Lincoln is, I think he's talking about the gold cube.
I like the gold cube.
It does a nice job for certain things. I've seen it do real well on dredge cons, and some nasty flaky gold too. Will it get you to clean gold? No, you're still going to have to get your pan out. Not a problem. Will it do microfine gold from hard rock? It didn't even get Ryan's gold real well, maybe 50% recovery. So that's, I'd say for doing hard rock, the gold cube is of limited utility in my opinion.
That's really I guess I'm questioning that comment, Terry. I mean, yeah, that was, when you're running a wash plant, it isn't just water going down your sluice box, it's a slurry. So your viscosity is a lot heavier than just the water. And depending on how much clay is in the viscosity, or sand, or heavy magnetite, the viscosity can be quite a bit different. So you really do want to design the sluice box for the most part, or at least adapt the sluice box for the conditions that you're running and the particle size of gold. And that's what a lot of guys don't understand, is they don't try to figure out how much of the percentage of the gold that's in, let's say, this drainage is fine gold, how much is medium-sized range gold, and how much is coarse gold. And I mean, then you can start to tailor the equipment you're using to that size range of gold.
Now, Ethan, you mentioned it makes no sense to classify to get 98% recovery when you can run twice as much as 70%. That would depend on the size of the resource. If you have unlimited material, like say a beach placer that's constantly renewed and moved and this and that and the other, then that calculation makes perfect sense. If you've got a 10-ton dump and that's all you've got, well, then you want to try and get the highest recovery for the least cost. If that means some classification or something, it's probably a good thing. But his statement was not necessarily inaccurate, but it's not accurate in all cases. Okay? So I presume you agree, Ethan? Well, it depends on how you screen it too. If you use a trommel as opposed to just a rigid screen, just a slanted screen, then it will tend to beat off all the stuff stuck to the rocks much more effectively.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily have to classify if you had a big enough screen depth, which is your classification. Your trommel's a classifier. That's really, it's a washer, but it's also a classifier. Well, the grizzly on the trommel, like on your feed hopper, is a classification to, stop at a certain point. You don't want huge rocks going through your trommel.
But that's also where an undercurrent sluice comes in handy, because you've got the first sluice, which you run your big rocks through and
Right.
break the stuff off them. And if they do knock any gold loose, unless it's really big nuggets, which seems unlikely, then you'll still catch it when it goes over the classifier. The smaller material goes through the classifier and into the secondary sluice, which only does the fine classified material, and there's no moving parts in that, which is a good thing. I'm a big fan of no moving parts.
Yeah,
Well, except me, I like my parts to move
well,
a little less than they used to. And that's perfectly fine, Ethan. I say, if you've done the testing to know that that's the case,
exactly.
that's fine. There's no rule of thumb that applies everywhere. And that's where people really get in trouble. They assume that what works here works there, and that's not the case.
Every drainage will be different. And sometimes the bottom of the drainage will be, of course, finer gold. Then if the closer to source you get, the coarser it may be.
So,
well, statistically, Chris, if the sluice is set up correctly with a combination of riffles and then going maybe to a wider box with expanded metal in that, and the water flow is correct, your losses, then length is the only difference that'll make up for losses. Yeah, clay is not your friend in a
clay.
Yeah, clay is not your friend in a class, or ideally
Any kind of operation.
Clay can be a bad deal.
Yep.
But in the testing, they did undercurrent boxes. They did split feed boxes, like 3 boxes, your main box and 2 side boxes, where they were splitting material and using irradiated gold so they could track the gold and find it again, whether it got off the end of the sluice or not. It's really interesting in the tests of how, length, which is redundancy, really helped to make sure that it never got out of the box. But having the right setup, definitely with a combination of riffles and then expanded finer riffles and slowing down the water later in the box, really helped for the settling.
A Joel Farmer wash
I've
plant.
seen his wash plants on videos. Looks like it'd work. I don't know.
I've never
No.
had any experience with it. I presume it's gold cube. Yeah, I was very impressed with how it handled the dredge cons at Middle Fork of the Boise River. Working Ryan's ore, not impressed at all. I've never seen it work on, like coarser gold or anything like that, so I have no opinion. But those dredge cons were not fun to pan. You pan down the black sand and then you start panning off the top of it, and there's gold.
Yep, carries with the black sand.
Man,
That's where I
nasty
thought
stuff.
the RP4 table really, for me, it helped me as a huge advantage. The gold cube, though, I did like for a lot of placer cleanup. The gold cube, I was pretty interested in. The recovery was pretty good, I thought. I mean, I would still run the, reject material a second time to make sure that you really cleaned it.
Well, you can also stack the gold cube
Oh, yeah, you
as
can,
high as you
right,
want.
right, you can make it as complex as you want.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty inefficient. I don't know much about the gold at the beach plasters in Washington and what if they're using them there. Are they using other stuff that's more efficient? Is a good question. Do you try to make sure that you're not plugged up with black sand, or you're not worried about it?
Well, that's a problem.
Okay.
If you're plugging your riffles with black sand, you're not going to necessarily catch a gold either. That stuff, it's almost hydrophobic once it starts to pack.
Okay, so inefficient in terms of throughput.
Okay,
Now, I can-
that's understandable.
Yeah, they're not a fast machine. They don't move a lot of material.
That's good, Terry. I mean, that ideally, it's the redundancy is what'll get you the gold in the material you're working with. You need to, make sure you're getting it.
$1 gram of gold and 6 buckets is amazing, and that's all you can do in a day. Well, yeah. Now 6 buckets would be about 300 pounds. So 2,000 divided.
A gram of gold is $1,750 is what? $75 a gram, $80 a gram.
So about 6.6 grams per ton. That's pretty good.
What's 1,750 divided by 31?
So the beach plaster running about 0.2 ounces per ton.
That's not a bad number.
That's not a bad number. I like that.
Huh?
Yeah. Chris,
Yeah, quarter ounce a ton.
it's getting close. He was rounding a
Yeah,
little bit.
right. And that's fine. Yeah, that's not bad gold.
Yeah, throughput makes a big difference. Wow. That's a weird way of
I'd rather
mining.
have the gold in it. Yeah, the gold's good.
Oh my goodness. If you load up, you do some odd stuff. Human being note to self. Remember to tighten all the bolts and reassemble them with 3D printer. Yeah.
Sometimes when you're doing two things at once, that happens.
Huh. Beaches are hard to mine. Want to bet? If they would let me do anything I wanted to do, I could probably make it pretty easy to mine. You know? But
I want to.
I'm
I got a question. You guys have been doing beach plazas. What's the viscosity of the salt water versus using just, fresh water? How much of a difference in recovery does that make?
No, the other thing is, where exactly in Washington are the beach plasters consistent?
Very out north of the Oregon border, I think, somewhere down
Yeah, that would be fine.
I know Washington's not like in miners.
Yeah, my concentrator could probably handle 6 buckets or more an hour. Big disappointment. Okay, that's right there on the Columbia River bar.
Yeah, Saline Solar, that's true. Is a lot of placer gold, depending on assay. It can be it could be more silver than gold in some cases. I mean, you could be below 50% gold. I mean, here, this area here tends to be pretty high. It'll be 92 to 96% pure gold. There's a few areas here where it'll run down into the 800 numbers, 820, 850. So basically, it's only 85% pure. And in the 80 stuff here, most of that'll be silver. In our better stuff west of here, the 92 to 96, it's usually the other element in there is copper. But yeah, it's not 24 karat gold. It might, 92 to 96 might get you into the 22 karat, but it won't get you to 24. All right. Okay, so there's not a huge difference. I thought maybe that salt water would affect possible separation, but I don't know. I was curious about that because of those guys up at Nome mining out there in the salt water too. Yeah, the pay dirt guys have kind of figured out a good little gimmick. Yeah, a lot of the gold we sell, especially in quantity, sailing, if it's sent to a mint or a refiner, they'll assay it for its value and pay you based on the value of the gold in it. And usually they want to retain anywhere from 5 to 15% beyond. So you gotta, in this industry, you have to kind of hunt for the guys who give you the best value for the money.
Does that change from time to time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I've had private parties that would pay me way more than spot
Yeah.
price for my classic gold.
Certainly.
And especially if it's nuggets, before the gold really started to come back, in 2011 or that. I mean, nuggets a lot of times were worth 3 times spot. Well, after the gold raced up to $1,850, $1,900, nobody wanted to pay that anymore.
I used to live up in Bellingham, which is right on the coast too. A little gloomy, cold. I mean, it's
So
not
we lived in Birch Bay and it was beautiful.
not any colder than it is here. It just, I mean, the temperature range during the day was almost nothing. A low of 35 and a high of 39.
I think that was good.
Yeah. Okay, so what is our matrix magnets? I have no idea. So let's see if I can find matrix magnets.
Gene, I had one guy that as long as I would sell him like 10 ounces at a time, so that he could, if they smelted it, they were trying for 10-ounce bars as a dory bar. He was paying me 85% of spot, on the spot, without assaying it or question. He just wanted to make sure he get, 10.5 ounces or 11 ounces when he buy, because he wanted to make sure he could get a 10-ounce dory bar out of it. What he did with it after that, I have no clue. He may have been just stacking it, but that's a pretty normal position. A lot of the refiners will do the same thing. They'll pay 80 or 85% of the weight of the gold, and if an assay is higher, they may make up a difference of percentage and send you another check. But in a lot of cases, that's probably about as good as it's going to get. So ideally, private buyers, and there's some guys that are almost commercial buyers, but they will buy placer gold, and if they know the area it's coming from, they'll give you a little closer to spot. The milled gold, it would still depend on the acid. I mean, ideally, if you took your milled gold, what I would do, and what I did even with a lot of my fine gold from my placer, smelted it myself into dory bars, poured 5-ounce bars and stuff, because that's an increase in value of the gold right there just by going to a dory bar. And then when they assay that, you've purified it once. And most of the time, my dory bars would assay 95 to 950 to 960. So about 96%, 95% pure. So I would get just a little closer. It was well worth it for me. It was easy to smelt it and pour it. And if I got that increase in value, every dollar counts.
Huh. That's something. Thank you for the matrix magnet concept. There's no bookmarks. Oh, there it is.
Jeff, I've got a bunch of different buyers, so it just depends on who I call at the time and how much they want, or if they want it all. And some, are out of state, some are in state.
Well, I'm looking at ScienceDirect.com topics, engineering magnets matrix, and it's specifically about magnetic separation of iron ores and stuff. So thank you very much for bringing that up. I look at it later.
That's pretty normal. That 80% of the weight is a kind of a going number, unless you get a lot of gold. If you've got quite a bit of gold, sometimes they'll give you a premium for that, just because, of course, they're going to be able to pour a bigger bar.
The Jones Wet High Intensity Magnetic Separator.
Interesting reading you found there.
Well, this is, the Montana Bee being extract weakly magnetic materials may be critical. Let's see. The slurry is gravity fed onto the matrix at the leading edges of the magnetic field, where the magnetic particles are captured on the teeth top of the groove plates, while the non-magnetic fraction passes through and is collected in a trough below the magnet. When the plate boxes reach the demagnetized zone halfway between the two magnetic poles, where the magnetic field changes its polarity, the magnetic field is essentially zero, and the adhering magnetic particles are washed out with high-pressure water sprays. Yeah. The Jones Wet High Intensity Magnetic Separator.
There you go.
It sounds expensive.
Sounds interesting.
Well, yeah, it'd be expensive if I bought one. Might be able to make one, or what's his name? Coulter might find this
Oh, Coulter's
vastly
gonna love
interesting.
that. You gotta send that to Coulter.
I bookmarked it so I can. But anyhow. So, let's see. So, Chris said it was buffering, huh?
Hopefully it was just his.
Would have to be YouTube.
So the electromagnet doesn't destroy everything in the room. Well, please don't let it destroy you.
Yeah.
That would be unpleasant. So
Yeah.
yeah, Birch Bay. I don't know about the Pacific Coast, but yeah, it is a little, because you got the Olympic Peninsula shielding it. Yeah, Birch Bay was pretty, mild.
Good fishing.
Yeah, it was good fishing. We had a good time
And
here.
it was an absolute bathtub. I mean, no way. You know, easy kayaking.
Well, that's a good question here.
What's that?
Let's see. See if I'm. Let's see. Where's it come from? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I made it back onto the front page of Google. Where does gold come from? I'm number 9 right now.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, you think that's something? Look at this
I
one.
thought you were a pirate at one point.
Oh yeah, I was up to 4, I think. Manning, line, gold.
You're number 1 there.
Let's see, where am I at here? Is that video? Microfine Gold 2019, and followed by Microfine Gold lesson 4, and then followed by lesson 24. So I'm on number 4 there now. Let's see, you want to see
4,
something
5,
fun?
6.
Panning. First of all, I misspelled that. Panning. Let's try very fine gold and see what they got. Number 3, number 4, number 5.
Good. Good for
And
you.
let's see, let's try microfine gold. I bet you I'm even better there. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4.
They're
Panning
dominating.
microfine gold. Yes, I dominate the panning microfine gold Google search algorithm. Yeah!
There is a guru. Guruhood has been achieved.
Right now, Robert, I'm working on some placer stuff, but I don't even know if I'm going to be mining, and maybe just some testing this year at this point. It's going to be kind of interesting. I'm kind of at one of them years where you're in between big projects. So, otherwise, I'd say absolutely. I could teach you to run anything out there.
Oh, is there anything look like you're going to have anything going this summer yet?
Well, I've got some things to work on, and I'm definitely going to have some ground to test, but whether I can actually pull enough, get the permitting done in that, because everything is so backed up right now with some of this stuff that this may be a year that's kind of, work on equipment and have things ready to go.
Can you even test? Or do you need permits to do that?
No, I've got my exploration license and I can go test. I just got to post a bond and go ahead and dig holes.
Well, anyone who wants to go help Jim go test, if you want to, just let him know on one of our live streams.
Anyone in Montana who wants to point bear in the direction
Anybody,
of a
yeah.
garnet mine,
Anybody wants to lease a good private plaza,
Gene
I
West
might be
says he knows
interested.
crystals and stuff, so when they open up the roads there, we'll go out and take a look for some crystals, too, little ones.
good.
Mm.
Y'all can keep the gold. I want crystals. Go ahead and laugh. That woo-woo
I'm-
shit makes good money.
I'm not laughing.
Can I smirk?
If I knew more about crystals than that, I'd probably be hunting them too.
Well, I mean, look
I
at
put my time and effort and energy into the gold.
Dan Hurd making
Oh,
money.
oh man, some of that beautiful rock
That's
too,
gotta
man.
be an agate, I would think.
It sure looks like it'd be agatized. But man, that's a pretty stuff.
It's pretty stuff,
Sure.
yeah, absolutely. But I think it's a form of agate. That would be
Yeah,
my guess.
I had.
Not if you don't get nothing's illegal if you don't,
Don't
get
get
caught.
caught, right? And you can only beg for so much forgiveness at a certain point, and then it's not fun anymore.
Remember the 11th commandment. You
Yeah.
keep it holy. Thou shalt not get caught.
Yeah. I try to work with them because I have to work with these entities on bigger projects. I kind of have to stay on their good side.
I hate that.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of bad. It's a rock and a hard place.
I like staying on their
sometimes.
blind side.
Well, yeah, no, ideally, I mean, under, whatever, if you can stay under the line, you know, yeah, you can kind of push the limits.
Well, that looks very good, Ethan. But also assayed over 10% arsenic. That's not so good. Do you have any that have 1 to 2 ounce tons without the arsenic?
Yeah, try to find the area without it. I mean, the arsenic helped precipitate the gold, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, technically that's not a problem. Only permitting one.
Right, yeah, only processing wise.
Permitting. You're in Washington, I think you said. Yeah. Permitting might be kind of tricky. In terms of the arsenal pyrite extract, if you can ship it off to a refiner, that's usually the best way for simplicity. But the one thing you might be able to do, for example, is if you got dumps there, you might be able to process the dumps to clean up the arsenic poisoning, and that you might get a permit for that. Idaho, that'd be much better.
Yeah, that'd be a lot better place.
Nevertheless, still, environmental remediation sounds so much better than mining arsenopyrite. You know, so I say you might be able to take the old dumps and process them. I mean, they were throwing away half ounce to the ton. You got zero mining costs, and it might be easier to permit a remediation project. And as a matter of fact, they might pay you to remediate it,
Right.
and then you get to make money off the cons too. Hard to tell.
There's a good chance that it is within.
Audio somewhat more.
All you can do is take assays and send them to a lab, whether it's there in Idaho or down to Salt Lake or, you know, out in Las Vegas, Nevada. Send them in, have them tested, and then follow it up with what kind of separation in order to liberate gold.
As long as you wear good toxic dust respirator and gloves, the arsenic shouldn't be a problem in terms of your health.
Right.
You know, be careful where you throw away the dirt. Take it back to the mine and throw it there if you're taking it home. Don't put it on your yard or in your driveway.
Well, that's true, Kevin, of a lot of things. I mean, even a lot of the guys that are out metal detecting and panning have probably walked over far more gold than they found, because until you understand what you're looking for, and I'm sure I've walked by some other minerals that, you know, or something that I wasn't looking for. It's just, and you know, it's a matter of expanding your horizons of knowledge is what it's about, I guess. Woohoo! Number one.
Google search dangers in old mines. Number 1, lesson 19, the top 10 killers lurking in old mines.
And I came up with a clickbait title on that. I'll
Good.
have you to know.
Good for
I
you.
just got some lady asked me today politely, did you have to kill the rattlesnake? And I politely answered, it wasn't required, but we had to get rid of them in order to be able to proceed
it was a
swiftly.
safety issue.
And we harvested them for both the skin and the meat.
Oh, yeah, rattlesnake for dinner.
I say, but yeah, that's pretty cool. Number 1 on Google. Sweet.
Which means you'll get more people coming out of the woodwork protesting the death of the
You ate it.
Yeah, I know. That's okay.
There's nothing against eating them.
Yes,
Well, my personal point of view here is if he could have relocated them safely, he would have.
Yeah.
It's not,
No,
you know,
no,
but
it's a safety issue, and you deal
yeah, I
with
mean, on one
there you
hand,
go, going to sleep.
if you've got only one snake to deal with,
it.
you can.
We'll see
safely
you later,
relocate.
Bryce. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, smoking. I've heard of the Crystal
Thanks for
Cave.
being here.
I've watched a special on it. And the thing is, it's like 160 or 170 degrees Fahrenheit in there.
Doesn't even sound fun.
So the lifetime I mean, the working life in the mine is less than an hour. No matter how cool you go in and this and that and the other, they can't seem to. Now, personally, I would be wearing a blue ice vest. And so, you get blue ice coveralls.
Personally, I would probably move in there and be perfectly happy. 170 degrees is nothing.
Yeah, right. 170 degrees, 100% humidity. Yeah, you die quickly.
I still want to see it. What a way to go.
Yeah, it's better to just wear a blue ice coverall. Okay, Argonaut. On impact mills is wider, say 12 by 10 versus 12 by 3. Any better with regards to wear or recovery? For input on wider mills, single side or distributed access across the top. I do not know for sure. I would think you're going to get better grinding overall on like a 12 by 10 than a 12 by 3. If you have an input on one side and the output on the other, a wider mill should give you more circuits through to grind it finer. Distribute it across the top, then how are you going to undistribute it too? How does it get out of there? The one I saw in Mount Baker today, the impact mill was input on one side, output on the other side, top too. And I think that's probably going to give them a pretty fine grind. Phase change material vest, yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah, that's quite a bit newer technology there.
That'll take the snake taste just like bald eagle if you salted it up. Not bad. I prefer a little bouillon.
Well, neither one is kosher.
And of course, Chris is sitting there going, depends on the feed material inside. I'm not shocked. How's that?
Yeah.
Well, neither rattlesnake nor bald eagle are kosher. Okay.
Give me whatever they're putting in bomb disposal suits now. Kevlar? You're welcome, Argonaut. They might be able to, but they weren't using them. That's the funny thing. I'm watching these fancy scientists going down there. Oh my God, we're all going to die after 30 minutes. It's like, dude, we've been doing this in mines for years. We know how to do this.
Yeah. So have a good diamond mine.
Yeah, I mean, let's say it's one of those things that you just got to put something around you that's cold and that stays cold as it melts. You don't want to drip through, so you encapsulate it. Not
taking it spotted out.
Ooh, that sounds good. Bacon makes everything better. You can even recover gold with bacon grease.
Yeah, Lincoln, a friend of mine, I remember he had a box of spotted owl helper on the shelf in his house.
Yeah,
it's still there, I think.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's going to be a collector's item someday.
Yeah. I like the pet rock. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that was a genius idea, huh?
Yeah, the boxes were hilarious. You saw them, right?
Yeah.
Now, I was actually reading, I think it was Omni Magazine one time, and they had an article on how to breed pet rocks. You take a male pet rock in one hand and a female pet rock in the other, and you strike them together hard
without smashing your
until you start seeing little baby pet rocks grow out.
Do y'all remember the rock concert?
No.
It's a large flat rock that has a bunch of little pebbles on it with little eyes on them. And in front, you've got 4 bigger rocks with a little mini drum set and guitars and stuff. They were really cute. And they were pricey. A good-looking rock concert costs like $25. Ridiculous.
Hey, Ed, this year, due to COVID, the Tucson Rock and Gem Show was canceled, the whole thing. So next year, make sure that they're not coming up with, the bubonic spots or something. Because, it's really worth it. And yes, a resale business license does help get you into a lot of places. Matter of fact, without it, you can't get into a lot of places.
Oh, get a resale business license, and when they have it open again, what is it, JP&W there?
What, the Jogs one there at the indoor convention center
There's the
thing?
Jogs at the indoor convention center, then there's one that's usually up on Star Pass. The one up on Star Pass is all high-end faceted.
The GLDA, the
The
Gem and
GLDA.
Legendary Association.
You want to go to the GLDA one if you have a reseller's license. It's only to look at the friggin' amazing faceted gemstones.
Yeah, it's funny. A guy will have like a regular buffet table, you know, what is it, 3x8 or whatever, and it's got these little watch glasses about 3 inches across, and like, okay, here's the sapphires, there's the rubies, there's the diamonds, you know, and I mean, just piled in there. You know, it's not one or two. It's like it's got a little mound of them in there, and they got a set where you can sit in front of a magnifying glass, and they got tweezers and stuff, and you can pick out the ones you want. Well, you want to get a match too, for example, because the sapphires will have different colors, and so you're trying to get them all the right colors and this and that. It's amazing to watch.
And GLDA and Jobs both usually will have really cool exhibits. One year, Jobs had the Amber Room from
Oh,
the
yeah,
Russian
that's
Museum
right.
in Russia.
Ed, it's Keith. Yes, I understand now. I forget. This is
But the
Yeah,
GLDA,
a screen name.
the GLDA one year had a complete exhibit of vintage Harry Winston that was like $20 million worth of custom jewelry in one display case, surrounded by armed guards.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, it's some amazing stuff. Absolutely. Yeah, it's an amazing thing to see, and they just completely canceled it this year because COVID.
Well, a couple of the smaller shows apparently went off according to Ryan, but it was nothing, you know, nobody was there.
Well, no, that
Yeah,
when you
and
bring that kind of stuff, you want buyers, high-end buyers, or jewelers and things.
Well,
Yeah, but-
GLDA is.
the COVID positivity rate peaked on January 11th, and by March 1st, it dropped to like 10% of that. You know, so it seems to be doing just fine now. Except I heard in Michigan it's getting worse again. You know, with all the lockdowns and mask mandates and everything, whereas Florida and Texas, I don't know, shoving everyone together in homes and stuff. How could that possibly hurt? You know, wearing masks that nobody ever cleans.
Well, the border is a super spreader event anyway.
Well, Michigan's on the wrong border, but that's okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. That's possible. I haven't been there, Chris. You probably have, knowing you. Now, Jade, something else we do have up here.
There's
Places.
I know where there's some jasper, and I've never looked at it for its quality for cutting or anything, but I know where there is some.
Well, you know, people need to be aware of that.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I figured I'd go up and get some samples of it and then try cutting some or something.
Well, my thing
See
is
how it polishes up if it's got the quality.
My thing is gemstones and crystals.
I found a hillside that had a lot of jasper.
Well, let's see. It looks like we've been doing this for another 4 hours.
Yeah, man.
But
we
no
made
buffering this time except for on YouTube then.
Anyhow, getting kind of late, folks. I think it's about time to get to bed.
A likely story.
Courtside is also a good show. Yep.
Foreside's a better show.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I haven't been to it personally.
Well, it depends on what you're looking for. What is he looking for?
I don't know.
Just to see gems and minerals.
Ed Henry, which would be Keith T. Says, I still have those old men in their old pickup trucks loaded beyond capacity. Old miners sitting in the dirt with their prizes and great weather. Think Norman Rockwell. Yeah, Ethan, thank you for coming. Now, I remember Courtside when in the wintertime it was 50 people. Now it's more like 300,000.
Yeah.
It is bizarre. It is just incredible. So many snowbirds. Oh, anybody else got a question or anything? Nice seeing you, Keith. If you ever get up here, stop in. Love to say hi. Any other questions?
Doesn't look like we've lost it.
23 is still showing on the screen there.
20 thumbs up.
You betcha,
We got-
Patrick.
3 that didn't like what we were doing.
Three that forgot to hit
They
the
just,
thumbs
they
up.
evidently.
That's what's going on there.
You need,
Thank you. Thanks, I did not learn a thing. Not I learned priceless info, as you cannot learn info either.
Didn't learn a thing, huh?
Yeah, and Chris, look over those plans in detail. Let me know what you think in terms of their purpose of being plans, the clarity, and like that. Yeah, the Ethernet cable sure helps. Not
Yeah.
having to restart it 3 times doesn't
Right.
hurt in terms
You
of
know.
the viewing.
thanks for being here.
And pick up a
everybody,
mic. Yep, it's on my list.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
Somewhere.
thanks, everybody.
Where is it?
Gotta get speakers too.
I wrote it somewhere.
It's on one of your.
It's buried somewhere around here.
Thanks,
Yeah.
We'll find
everybody, and have a good night.
Exactly. And hopefully I'll have some really more interesting stuff next week too. Come summer, as I say, as this thing goes, it's just going to get more and more interesting.
We're getting closer to that, whether we can get out.
Chris says good night, Eva.
Add some videos to it too, so.
So
Thanks, everybody.
you betcha. Thank you, and have a good night. And happy prospecting, and keep it safe out there.